Good. Ready. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Zahir Bayat, and I'll be chairing today's session. Panel members with me today are Larry Clay, Dino Lombardi, and Peter Reid. And Secretary-Treasurer is Sabrina Salatino. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision of the... Sorry? People in the audience can't hear? Oh. Mic is on. Yeah. I'm sorry. I will try to crank up. Bear with me. How's that? I think that'll work. I'll try and speak louder. But the mic is on, so I'll try and speak louder. No, sorry. Okay, let me see. Where did I stop? I'll begin with the second paragraph. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Toronto Land Tribunal. Better now? Okay, thank you. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed the rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentations or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Then, individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest from panel or staff? None? I have a declaration to make for item number, oh gosh, what number was it on Willard?
25.
Item number 25 on Willard. So I will be stepping out of the room at that point and ask Mr. Clay to please continue in my absence. Thank you. Are there any deferral requests for this afternoon, Madam Deputy Secretary?
Through you, Mr. Chair, see none.
Okay, we're moving on. And no files to be closed for this
Through
afternoon
you,
either.
Mr. Chair, see none.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask that we hold item number 18. One of the registered speakers in opposition got stuck on transit.
Oh, goodness.
So I think we can move on to the other items, and then when she arrives, then we can move back to item number 18.
Okay, so I think the next one is item number 19, 144 Dovercourt.
We do have the applicant here in person, and you'll read it into record.
Okay.
And no registered speakers.
Good afternoon. Just give me a moment while I shuffle paper. Thank you. Okay, item number 19. Item number 19, 144 Dovercourt Road. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story ancillary building containing one laneway suite by constructing one additional laneway suite for a total of 2 laneway suites. There will be a total of 5 residential dwelling units on this lot, 3 dwelling units within the main house, and 2 dwelling units within the laneway suite. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent. We've also had a staff report for community planning. We have correspondence in support from 2 addresses, one on Dovercourt, one on Argyle Street, a 10 signature petition in support, signed by owners and occupants of Dovercourt and Argyle Street. We also have correspondence in opposition from 1 individual, no address provided. Okay, and we have before us Sal Creamy. Hi, good afternoon. Could we get your name and address for the record, please?
Of course, Mr. Chair. Sal Creamy, address 2572 Eglinton Avenue West.
Thank you so very much. You don't have anybody in opposition, so we don't need a presentation.
There's the one letter on hand.
Oh, there is one, is there?
Yeah, one letter on hand with, there's points that are raised. Would you like a brief presentation?
Since it's a letter and not somebody in person that requires a presentation, let me ask my colleagues if they have need for presentation. Okay.
Maybe Mr. Sherman, Chair, this is an unusual application. I see you've got city staff who seems to be supportive of it, but I think given it's unusual, maybe just a quick overview.
So yeah, the impetus for the application through you, Mr. Chair, was obviously the enactment of bylaw 625/2025, which now permits 6 units. Specifically within Toronto East York and Ward 23 in Scarborough. That in combination with the laneway suite at the subject property that we are proposing a 2nd unit. It was recently completed and listed available for rent. There was a very high demand that the owners experienced, thus kind of creating the impetus, well, let's convert the 2nd floor into another unit. It is a great example of a complete community, both high order and low order public transit within the immediate vicinity, amazing retail and cultural amenities, schools within the area. So that is the impetus for it. We did reach out to planning early to discuss it because it is all evolving very fast. And part of our research as well, we did uncover 3 other examples within the immediate vicinity of 2-unit laneway suites. So that, in combination with official plan and provincial policy guiding statements where we want to provide gentle intensifications to achieve our overall projected housing targets, it's our opinion that this is a good example. The east wall is going to be squared off slightly, so the existing dormers will be eliminated. And if you may or may not know, through you, Mr. Chair, there was a recent Ontario regulation which now removed the angular plane variance for garden and laneway suites for 3 units or less. This was also something that was discussed with community planning, and we were in agreement that it does apply here to create the livable unit on the second floor. That's where the bedrooms would be located, where we're squaring off at the east front facade. And I think that's a wholesome presentation, and open it up if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lombardi, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the agent. I'm just referring to your, what I'll call a justification planning report, for lack of a better term, or your letter dated October 3rd, 2025 to the Committee of Adjustment. Under the subheading zoning bylaw 569/2013, the last sentence, and I'll read it, and I think this is just a slight error that you may have missed. This bylaw was the culmination of many city studies looking at the feasibility of simplexes. You mean multiplexes?
That was supposed to read sixplex, and
Okay.
my apologies. And it was, yes, the culmination of various city studies, specifically the expanding housing options study.
All right. Thank you. So you're proposing a laneway suite, right?
It's an existing 2-story laneway suite, and we're proposing to modify and add a second unit within the existing laneway suite.
Right. So you understand that laneway suites are ancillary buildings? They're not, or ARUs, additional residential units, they're not multiplexes?
No, but the laneway suite in combination with the 3 units in the primary semi-detached dwelling create the sixplex approach, or I guess 5plex in this case.
But
Now it's a multi-unit approach is what we're getting at here.
Yeah, you'll agree with me that the definition that the city uses for multiplexes is not, does not include laneway unit or laneway suite.
I mean, I respectfully, I'd beg to disagree. Laneway and garden suites are a great opportunity to provide more units within a multi-unit approach.
No, I'm not
Respectfully
arguing
submitted,
that.
yeah.
I'm not arguing that. But the laneway suite is not part of the multiplex definition. Multiplex definitions are duplex, triplex, fourplex. It's a form-based definition.
Technically speaking, yes.
Yeah, okay. And did you refer in your letter to OPA 403 and site and area-specific policy 564, which is really the policy or policies related to laneway suites?
The more pertinent policies, which I did refer to, I felt were more appropriate for this specific application, and also wanted to give a quick overview of what I thought was pertinent to it, through you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, were there policies that you referred to that you felt were missed and pertinent to this application?
Okay. Can we bring up the elevation drawings, specifically the east elevation and the west elevation? Let's start with the east first and then the west. Are you proposing a new entrance on the east elevation? Or
No.
within the east elevation?
So we're gonna create a second entrance door to a dedicated stairwell, which will provide the dedicated access to the second floor.
Okay. And by the same token, I believe you're removing a door on the west elevation? Is that correct?
No, I believe we're maintaining the door on the west elevation for the exit. So that
So-
would be the laneway side?
So I'm sorry, it's saying replace existing door with new window.
Okay, so then the door is being removed?
Okay. That's it for me, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Any other, Mr. Clay?
Yeah, I don't really have any problem with this. I think added density in these kinds of areas is a good thing. But I was curious, like, what's the square, so you're taking an existing laneway suite, splitting in two, so what's the square footage of each?
Of each floor is approximately 530 square feet. So it's going to be comparable to, and slightly larger than
Is it?
one bedroom. Like I was in a one bedroom plus then condo at 440 square
Okay.
feet. So these are just a little bit
All right,
larger.
that's good.
Yeah.
I was thinking, man, that's tight if you're gonna split a
And you know what?
into two.
No, it works out to be about a 528, I think is the exact square footage.
Okay.
Minus obviously the staircase, so approximately
Yeah,
10
yeah.
square feet for the landing and stairs. But no, the first floor is gonna be a one-bedroom unit, second floor is gonna be two-bedroom, and they're gonna be quite livable.
Nice. Yeah, that's great. I must admit, I was just thinking, man, that seems pretty tight, but if that's comparable to a one-bedroom condo, I guess that's,
Yeah, like I said, like I was in, I think it was 440 square feet.
okay.
And it was both myself and my partner, and we were more than comfortable. Kind of
Okay.
miss it at times, to be honest with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you kindly. Any other comments, questions? No. I was just thinking when you described this place being a little larger than your condo, means you could swing a cat, I take it, and it was big enough. No injuries to cats, by the way.
No,
Yeah, thank you.
playful play.
Just for my part, sorry, are there any other speakers on this one? I don't think so. Okay. So perhaps we'll take it into committee and look for a decision. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, Chair. I'm
Secretary.
happy to take this one. I know that the bylaw is starting to evolve a little bit with respect to laneway suites, and in situations where you have an existing one where it can accommodate 2 units, I think that's a positive thing. I don't see that as being, having any incremental negative impact on the neighbors, on the neighborhood, on the community. I think it's a good thing. Introducing additional density into an existing site is a good thing. I don't see any real downsides. There's no opposition to this, I don't believe. So I'm happy to support it if you guys are okay with that. So I'll move approval of this application. I don't see any,
Thank you,
there's
Mr.
no
Kelly.
conditions because it's
No, there aren't any.
an existing building, right?
No conditions.
So I'll move approval.
I'll second that, Chair.
Mr. Reed, seconds. All those in favor? Thank you. They
Thank
have your approval, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Take care.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll proceed with item 21, because we dealt with item 20 this morning.
Okay. So, item 21. Item 21 is 86 Durie Street, and the purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear west 2-story addition, a rear west 2nd-story roof addition, a side north, rear west and front east dormers, and a rear ground floor deck with stairs. Also to construct a new 2-story detached ancillary building containing a basement, 1 garage on the ground level, and 1 garden suite on the 2nd level in the rear yard abutting Mayfield Avenue. The existing attached garage will be demolished. There will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot, 1 unit within the main dwelling and 1 unit within the ancillary building. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 9 photographs of trees on the subject property. We've also had email correspondence from Transportation Engineering, and advisory staff report from Urban Forestry.
Through the chair, we have the agent online and registered speakers in opposition in person as well.
Thank you. Okay. So the agent is online. Mr. Diodati, are you there?
I am. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members.
Hi, good afternoon. Name and address, please.
It's Tony Diodati of 134 Park Lawn Road.
Lovely. I think we'll need a presentation because I think we have at least one person in, one person in opposition.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the application in front of you, as you had described, consists simply of a small addition to the rear, well, to the rear yard. The property being on a corner kind of necessitated the approach of trying to make this dwelling fit within the tight urban context. So the homeowner requested to remove the existing single-car garage, which was not in the best shape, and just provide or build a modest addition to the one side, complete with a deck that leads down to the rear yard. In addition, by removing the garage that's attached to the house, the owner sought to construct a detached garage with a in-law suite above on the second level. The variances in front of you, we believe, are modest, again, considering the context. The approach to the overall design was an attempt to be sensitive to the context of the neighborhood and just work within the boundary confines that we have. The laneway suite or the garden suite essentially is planned as only what is needed to make this structure work. We understand the variances that we're requesting, but and we feel that, again, in the greater context, the request for these variances, specifically for the garden suite, keeping it at a single level on the ground floor with a peaked roof on the second level, helps to mitigate its overall impact on the site. So that being said, we believe that the variances requested for both the dwelling and the garden suite are minor, and they meet the 4 tests, and we respectfully request your approval.
Thank you. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you at this point. Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the agent. I'm looking at the ground floor, well, first the plans for the garden suite. So starting
Yes.
at A-208, the drawings.
Yeah, yeah.
So the basement plan shows the entire basement as storage.
Correct.
All right. Any plans other than storage?
No, no. There's no provisions for windows below grade. This is meant just strictly for storage for the homeowners. So no, there is no intentions for living spaces at that lower level.
Okay, thank you. And going to drawing A-210, which is the second floor, you've indicated it, or the drawings indicated as in-law suite, but there are no details regarding, where a bedroom would be.
Well, yeah, this is really meant, I mean, trying to design a suite within the sloped roof on 3 sides is a bit of a challenge. And the intention is that this would primarily be structured along more of a studio bachelor kind of arrangement. Also due to the fact that, we're quite limited with respects to where we could have windows. So the intention is really just more of a studio or bachelor space at this second level.
All right, and you've read the concerns from some of your neighbors, one of them being a question, is there any plans for this to be a short-term rental situation?
I have read that, and there are no plans to make this a short-term rental. The home will be strictly used for the homeowners, and there's, again, we can reassure you that it will not reassure the neighbor that there are no intentions at all in making this a short-term rental.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions at this point? Okay, if not, we've got Mrs. Singh online.
No. So can we have the speaker at 77 Durie Street come to the podium?
Okay.
Mr.
Terry
Terry Wade?
Oh, okay.
Okay, who is here that wishes to speak to this application? Come up, please. Thank you.
You've been delegated. Good afternoon. If you could have your name and address, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members. John Casey, 84 Durie Street.
Thank you.
I am not the owner. I am just the person who was told to come up. No. Marlene Cummins, the owner, is my spouse. Well, good. Public.
You have 5 minutes for
Public shame
your
is good.
presentation.
Have you had an opportunity to read the submission?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Do you have any questions?
None at this point.
Right.
Perhaps after your presentation.
I need to start with an item because I don't understand it. And that pertains to the notice that was sent out in variance 5, and variance 5 is the one that directly affects our property. It refers to the setback and says that it's 0.9. When I look at the paragraph 150.7.60.206B, and I have a copy here, then it says, in all other cases, the required minimum side yard setback is the greater of the required minimum side yard setback for the residential building on the lot, and 1.5 meters. I had written to the city asking for clarification, didn't receive an answer. I contacted one of the planners earlier today and spoke to him, and he indicated that the stated variance of 0.9 should probably be the 1.5 meters, and I'm at a loss as to how we go from here. He indicated he was going to contact the applicant. Maybe the applicant knows, and would advise the committee. I think you can understand why it directly affects how we would have responded to the application. And I apologize that, I wrote on October the 6th.
So this question that you're raising is a question that the agent generally responds to. So whatever your concerns are,
Right.
the agent is supposed to give you some rebuttal.
Right.
And subsequently, if any of my colleagues have questions, we can ask them of you or clarify something for you. Did you want to hold off until we get to that point? Or if you had some other
No,
comments to make, if you'd like to make those first,
Right.
and then we can deal with the whole package.
Through
Understood.
you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
If it's helpful, maybe we should go to the applicant, find out if the zoning examiner actually reached out to them about this, because if this is the case, then it is a deferral because of improper notification.
Do we have a zoning examiner's notice?
So yes, I'm looking at it right now, it does say 0.9.
Yeah.
So the notice that we sent out matches the zoning review. But if the zoning examiner reached out to the agent this morning, we don't know about that. So maybe let's hold off. Let's hear from the applicant to see if the zoning examiner did indeed.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Diodati, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Have you heard the question
Yes, I have. I have.
and your response?
My response is that 2 hours ago, the zoning examiner has sent a revised report correcting the 0.9 to 1.5 meters. Now, from our perspective, although we understand this procedure, but from our perspective, the request that is in front of you of 0.6 meters has not changed. And I believe we're trying to assess the merits of our minor variance request based on what the request is in front of you. So this was not something that we initiated, and we are not asking for any changes to what we are requesting. It is still, we ask for your consideration on the merits of 0.6 meter setback from the property line, and we would respectfully request to continue with this hearing.
Thank you. But I believe if Secretary Treasurer, I've understood you correctly, this becomes an automatic deferral because the information presented to the public was incorrect.
That's correct.
So, Mr. Diodati, I hope you've heard that it's, I appreciate the fact that you'd like to go ahead, but because the information on the notice was incorrect, this becomes an automatic deferral. And my thinking is that you would likely be able to get back onto an agenda as soon as possible.
Well, I understand, you know, what you're stating, Chair, but I do find this disappointing because you know, as you know, hearings are not easy to come by, and as well, this wasn't our doing as applicants, right? This was
Yeah, okay,
actually
through
an
you,
error.
Mr. Chair, we understand that, but we have to follow procedures, right? So it is an automatic deferral. We can put you on for the November 19th hearing, and that's the best that we can do at this time. So then we just need to hear from you now. John, are you in agreement supporting the deferral? Because we can't hear any other merits of the application at this time.
I don't understand.
The application will have to be deferred because of this error in the variance,
I understand that.
okay?
I guess, I think that you're asking if we would object to an automatic deferral, something that's automatic, and I don't see that we would have a right to object.
I'm just, yeah, I mean, we're just going through the process here, right? So the application has to be deferred because of improper notification.
Right.
And we can't hear any other merits of the application today.
I understand, and
Okay.
and that's why I wanted to start with it in case there was
Right.
something that,
Okay, but well,
Like this.
it's been determined that that's the case then.
And your reading of it is correct at all. It's automatic. So
Yeah.
you don't have any real say in terms of where it goes forward, neither do we.
It was
It's
a good catch.
automatic. Yeah,
I'm-
catch
I'm-
22.
I'm sympathetic.
We shall all go and speak to the zoning examiner who sent some information 2 hours ago.
Then in that case, do we have those online? Okay, so we'll just have to go through that. So Nicholas Singh is the next on my list.
Thank you, sir.
I'm here.
Hi, Mr.
Nicholas
Singh.
Singh,
So you've
14.
heard that the application has to be deferred?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
Are you good with that, Mr. Singh?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
who's the next?
Okay. And that's it?
Is that it? No one else here? Okay, see
All
none?
right. Okay, so we'll take it into committee. Can I get a motion? Thank you, Mr. Clay.
I'll second, but can I also add a note that I'd recommend the applicant speak with Urban Forestry because they had some advisory comments that may improve their application.
Mr. Diodati, did you get that?
I did. I read the forestry memo, and we fully intend on working with Urban Forestry to alleviate any of their concerns.
Thank you kindly, and I apologize on behalf of zoning for their last-minute submission to you and the error. So go back into committee. We have a motion on the floor. Mr. Clay moved to defer. Mr. Reed has seconded. All those in favor of the deferral? Thank you. It's deferred. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can now deal with item number 18.
Okay, let me just find my... Okay. All right, moving on to item number 18, 404 Glenholme Avenue. Purpose of the application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling, a fourplex, containing 4 rental dwelling units with a rear exterior staircase leading to all levels, a covered front porch with a staircase, and a rear basement walkout. Also to construct a new 2-story ancillary building containing 1 garden suite in the rear yard. There will be a total of 5 residential dwelling units on this lot, 4 units within the main dwelling and 1 unit within the ancillary building. The existing rear 1-story ancillary building garage will be demolished. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of the minutes from June the 11th, copy of surveys, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised. Okay, we've got that one. A red line public notice received October the 14th. Cover letter from the agent. Email correspondence from the agent, October the 10th. A planning rationale from the agent, October the 13th. Response to correspondence in opposition from the agent received October 10th. Presentation materials from the agent. Staff report from Urban Forestry, and 12 signature petition in support, signed by owners, occupants of properties on Glenholme. We also have correspondence in opposition from Glenholme Avenue and Lauder Avenue, and we have materials in opposition from Glenholme Avenue and Lauder Avenue.
Through the chair, we have the agent online, as well as speakers in opposition online and in person as well.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chan, are you there?
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon. We will need a presentation, please, as we have a couple of folks in opposition to this application.
Yes, absolutely. And just for the record, my address is 157 Adelaide Street, West Toronto, Ontario. I'm the agent and land use planner for the applicant.
Thank you.
And just to go through a few administrative items, I do have modifications to the variances 4 and 7 for the rear yard soft landscaping to amend the soft landscaping to reduce the magnitude of the variance to 34.41%.
Thank
or
you.
41.84 meters squared, and also for number 7 as well, sir.
And those are the only 2 amendments, I take it?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry, what's the
Thank you.
measurement in square meters?
41.84 meters square.
Okay.
Sure, I have a quick question. Pardon my ignorance, but some of these variances have asterisks beside them. Is there any relevance to that other than are they related to this being a revised public hearing though?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Lombardi. The original variances that went out with the public notice, because it was deferred on the first instance, there are some new variances resulting from the inclusion of a garden suite in the proposal. It was originally proposed just with the fourplex.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chan, you have your 5 minutes to do your presentation, please.
Absolutely, thank you. So the proposal is for 2 buildings. One will be a 4-unit rental building fourplex with a compliant building length and a side yard setback of 1.2 meters. The proposed floor area of each of the 3-bedroom units are 104.76 meters square. And the fourplex has a height of 11.53 meters. The 2-story rental garden suite will have 2 bedrooms and an office room in the rear yard. And I'll just go into a few items on the presentation here, if I can ask staff to go to the next page. So we have revised the design for the garden suite pursuant to comments that I've received by committee members on other similar applications for these garden suites. And specifically, you, sir, Mr. Baya, provided comments on these types of proposals with a desired inclusion of rear and side angular planes. So the proposed modifications, proposed elevations have been modified to incorporate 45-degree side and rear angular planes beginning at a height of 5 meter above grade. This is to reduce the perceived or actual impacts of the garden suite's proposed 6.3 meters height. I note that also the 2025 Garden Suite Monitoring Bylaw Amendment adopted by City Council in July of 2025 permits garden suite heights of 6.3 meters. So this application went in prior to the amendment for garden suites, and at the time, the maximum height permitted for garden suites was 6 meters. Also, in speaking to some of the revisions, the rear angular planes instituted as with a series of skylights. Prior to that, the windows were overlooking onto the property to the rear. And these skylights will be screened and translucent. And in my opinion, they're part of bedrooms that will, and they're types of uses of rooms that would not facilitate overlook and privacy impacts on adjacent properties. The revised plans show also that the rear second-story windows facing the adjacent rear yards are no longer proposed, and that these bedrooms will now be fenestrated with skylights and reducing the impact of the proposed 1.1 meter rear setback. If I can ask staff to go to the next page, please. So in this image, we show the nature or the magnitude of the variances that are being proposed for the built form and massing for the garden suite over what the permitted maximums are. So the green area you see is the overall increase in height that's proposed above the 6 meters height as part of the previous iteration of the garden suite bylaw, and then the 6.3 meters that is now permitted according to the 2025 garden suite monitoring official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. So the height that's proposed is consistent with those newer permissions as of the summer of this year. We can also show here on this elevation that the angular planes are now proposed to the rear. There is an angular plane proposed on the front of the building at 45%, starting at a height of 4.0 meters. And with regards to the separation distance, the driving factor in this instance is that the fourplex has 3 bedroom units, and the combined kitchen, living, and dining area must have minimum floor areas of 20.5 meters squared per the OBC. And otherwise, if the fourplex would be reduced in length to comply with the 7.5 separation distance, then we would lose a bedroom in each of the 4 units. If I can ask staff to go to the next page, please. So in this image, we see the proposed height that is being sought above the permitted 11 meter height maximum. So this is a 53 centimeter or 4.8% magnitude over the permitted maximum height in this RM zone. And also what has been revised in the design for the original proposal is the implementation of the front and rear angular planes, which is also a design direction that's been influenced by comments made at Committee of Adjustment. In particular, member Allison from the North York Committee of Adjustment has suggested these angular planes to reduce the perceived or actual impact of the 0.53 centimeters sought over the height. The rear fire egress doors do contain landings, and these rear staircases and landings will comprise porous materials. Furniture would not be placed on these landings, and there wouldn't be issues of gathering and privacy and overlook from those staircases. This is also influenced by other Committee of Adjustment members. Member Nipfel from the North York Committee of Adjustment has recommended the imposition of 1.5 meter high privacy screens, which my client would be amenable to. And I understand that I'm over limit, but if I can go have an indulgence, sir, for another
30
minute.
seconds. Go ahead, Mr. Chan, 30 seconds.
If I can go to the next slide, please. With respect to the front setback variance of 3 meters, 75% of the properties in the immediate context, so 43 out of 57, have 3 meter or less front yard setbacks according to city mapping. Committee of Adjustment decisions in the immediate context and along Glenholme also support this, with a range of front yard setbacks granted from 2.48 meters to 3.44 meters. And with respect to the side yard setback, the next slide, the existing side yard setback is 0.37 meters, and the proposed north side yard setback is 0.45 meters. And a number of Committee of Adjustment decisions on Glenholme also range from 0 meters to a 0.46 meter side yard setback, reflective of what city mapping also provides. And just quickly on the last slide for rear soft landscaping, the current rear yard is almost entirely paved with asphalt, and the proposed rear yard increases the soft landscaping over the existing condition. Two new trees are proposed to enhance groundwater absorption. The walkways will be constructed with permeable pavers. The basement walk-up area to access the accessible basement unit will also provide stormwater management and drainage. And the area underneath the exterior stairs is also comprised of soft landscaping, but is not counted as such by the zoning examiners. And if that were to be counted, it would comprise 42.05%
Mr. Chan,
soft
can you wrap
landscape.
up, please? Thank you.
I'll wrap up right now. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you kindly. You may be able to provide some more information when questions arise. Are there any questions at this point, colleagues? No? None? Okay. We'll move on to folks in opposition. Who do we have?
Yes, through the chair, can we have the speaker at 402 Glenholme Avenue come up to the podium?
Ms. Kessel? Yes. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Committee
Name and
Chair
address, please.
and committee members. I would like to thank you so much for deferring this hearing for my property or the property next door. Due to my lateness, I sincerely apologize. I'm sorry for that, so thank you
No
so
problem.
much.
We're not going anywhere.
So October 7th, I submitted a letter of objection, which included changes to the revised variance application and revised plans submitted by the applicant. And some of my questions and concerns were addressed in a letter by Christian Chan on October 9th, and some of the concerns were addressed at a meeting I had on site with a person by the name of Ron Scheinen, which was at the property on October the 11th. But not all of my concerns have been addressed. So the main purpose of being here today is to make my views known and have them part of the public record. So first I wanted to say that I'm impressed by the integrity and dedication of the members of this committee, and I see that you work hard with the developers to make adjustments to satisfy the concerns of the neighbors. But I also understand that the committee can sometimes be frustrated by limited power to deny applications or make substantial changes to design proposals. And my research says that 98% of minor variance applications are approved, so we shall see. Second, I'd like to speak to comments made by Christian Chan in his 14-page letter dated October 9th. And I appreciate the concerns proposed by the developer, but I object to the characterization of Oakwood Village as underprivileged. May not have been the author's intent, but he certainly uses it to support his argument for high-density redevelopment of this property. I will say that Oakwood Village has excellent city services and a vibrant community, and it's a misconception to imply that people who use public transit cannot afford a car, though after today, maybe I want to get one. I could have a large SUV, but choose not to. It's also a misconception that people who rent or who live in high-density areas are generally low income. And I think frugality and attempting to reduce one's carbon footprint should not be mistaken for lack of income. The letter attempts to portray the property owners in a philanthropic or altruistic light. In reality, they're really wanting to maximize profit for their newly acquired property by filling it from edge to edge as high as they can go with income-generating rental units. And I doubt that these rental units will be affordable housing for low-income families. I do not object to the redevelopment of 404 Glenholme. I have some serious concerns about densification. There are houses at 406 and 408, and they've done a great job of putting in a garden suite and doing some changes. So the main dwelling at 404 appears to be in considerable disrepair and probably should be replaced. Unfortunate because the houses nearby are in good condition, but ongoing maintenance and upgrades were not done, so it does need to be replaced. I have no objection to a new structure, but I'm concerned by the large imposing design of the proposed structure. It will significantly reduce light in my property, especially the backyard. It'll be gloomy and considerable shade. There's also an increase in building height and that will reduce privacy. Now, the developer has proposed addressing this by having some frosted or translucent windows. There are 8 windows on the south side. The plan shows opaque privacy screen on all windows on the south side, but in his letter October 9, Christian Chan says there will be no consideration of privacy on the south side windows. At my meeting with Ron on October 11th, he told me they agreed to install translucent frosted glass. So I'm requesting written clarification of what actually is going to happen. I'm also concerned about the addition of a 3rd bedroom on each floor of the main dwelling, and I understand that that was omitted on the previous plan. This doesn't seem like gentle densification to me. It's going to be going from a 2-bedroom home to a site with 14 bedrooms. That's a 600% increase in occupancy. And I'm thinking that more tenants means more noise from tenant activity, and I've had problems in the past with noisy parties and loud music, and I worry that increased occupancy will actually increase the noise. I'm also concerned with safety. I have a side door to the mutual drive, and when people go whizzing back and forth in the driveway, which has happened in the past with bicycles and motorcycles, it's a real safety concern. Now, the contractor has agreed to install new water. I'm concerned, though, with the drop in water pressure because of the increased number of multiplexes being built uphill. And I also have a concern about soft landscaping.
Ms. Kessel, you're almost running out of time.
Thank you. And I just wanted to mention that the garage demolition issues have been addressed. And the developer agrees to repave the entire driveway at their cost.
Thank you very kindly.
Thank you, sir.
Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you at this point. If not, the agent will provide some responses to your
Thank you.
comments as well. Any questions at all? None? Okay, thank you. We'll get the agent to give you some response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Through the chair, we're going to go to the online speakers now.
Okay.
So, oh, okay.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
Welcome. Name and
Thank you.
address, please.
It's Katerina Spiewak, 471 Lauder Avenue.
Thank you. Ms. Spivak, you've got 5 minutes. Go
Okay.
to it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your consideration to this. My primary concern is with respect to the retention of my tree on my property. If you take a look at the survey that was done, you would see that there is a tree on 471 Lauder, abutting, and my understanding is that with the existing proposed construction, it would enter the tree protection zone. It would enter the tree protection zone, and I'm concerned about that because of the removal of, well, actually, removal of soft ground is another issue, but it would increase flood risk for my property as well as neighboring properties. And I'm very concerned, my husband and I are very concerned about that already because there has been an unlawful attempt to remove that tree on the morning of August 2nd. Our fence was taken down. The owner and an arborist crew trespassed onto our property with chainsaw in hand and started trying to take down the tree. And we have confirmed with urban forestry that no permit was applied for. We were told at the time that a permit had been applied for and that we would see it by email. That was not forthcoming. And again, it was confirmed that it was never applied for. I've just learned today that some minor adjustments were made with respect to the construction of the suite, removal of the rear windows and skylights instead. I'm still concerned about the removal of existing soft ground. That's a concern as well. I believe that the city has a mandate to retain as much soft ground as possible. Of course, the city has a mandate to retain as much tree canopy as possible. And given the fact that the new owner has acted unlawfully and in bad faith already in the past with the trespass onto our property and the attempt to remove the tree, what assurances do we have that any of these minor adjustments would be made? I confess that I don't have a lot of confidence in that right now. It appears that the owner is entirely focused on maximizing the space, perhaps removing a tree permit, and I'm concerned about the owner respecting the restrictions imposed upon him. One more thing that I hadn't listed in my initial objection was that I am also opposed to the increased intensive densification. As Sylvia Kessel had stated, this doesn't represent gentle densification. For 3-bedroom units and the garden suite represent an additional perhaps 16 people. That's intense for such a small property and would create problems, as she had indicated, with respect to sewage and safety. It just seems excessive for the area.
Yeah, I think that would be her. Okay.
Hello? Sorry.
So, yes, if you could address whether there's any way to ensure that the owner or developer would respect any restrictions put on them, I'd be very interested in hearing that, if there's any way to monitor. I guess that's everything I have to say.
I don't have any of my colleagues have any questions for you, but the one item you mentioned, and that was the chainsaw issue.
Yes.
That's not something we can address. However, you can call 311 immediately and
Yes.
have them respond.
Yes, we have already filed a report.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yes, and urban forestry is aware of this
Yeah.
as well.
So that, and again, urban forestry will address any issues related to the tree canopy on the property.
Yes. What I wanted to say was that I think I'm repeating myself. I'm a little bit nervous today. I don't do this every day. But the proposed construction would enter the tree protection zone. So how would that be dealt with? We had indicated, and I understand you don't have jurisdiction with respect to trees, but perhaps a smaller unit, smaller garden suite would protect our tree and respect the tree protection zone. So additional modifications would be ideal.
We'll let the agent give you some feedback as to your questions that you have, and hopefully he'll be able to respond to that, and including the concerns around building issues. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Do we have
Thank
any
you.
questions at this point? None? Okay. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else as well? Okay.
Through the chair, can we have the speaker at 406 Glenholme Avenue? You have been muted.
Hello, good afternoon. Is this Mr. Nunez?
Good afternoon. Speaking on behalf of Mr. Nunes, he's right beside me.
Your
I'm the
name and
son-in-law.
address, please,
My name is Kelly Gomez.
and your address.
My address is 404 Glenholme Avenue.
Thank you. Please go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
So we have this is not a minor proposal, the variances that they're offering, that they're proposing here. They're proposing a lot of extensions. We're concerned about the water. That's one of the things. The variance is the height. There's so many different variances that they're not asking for a minimal on anything. They're asking 0.40. It's pretty big on all of them, to be honest with you. And where's the water going with all this? We have a dry area. It's one variance after another, like in issues with the patio. The overwhelming of the back of the variance for number 4 that he said he addressed, that I just heard today. But we have concerns on the water going into the property that we have no problem today. They're taking the sunlight from my backyard. Like, there's a lot of variances, like we have for the front of the house also, the structure. We are 1.5-story house, you're putting a monster right beside all of us. Like, where are all these people gonna go? Like, from a family of 2, you're putting 4 families in there.
Okay.
Like, that's our biggest concern. Like, the property, that what they're requiring, everything, the requirement is, they're asking for 360 meters square and you're at 278. That's what it's allowed.
Yep, we hear you. We'll let the agent give you some feedback.
Yeah, and I'd like some feedback on that, please.
Okay, anything else that you wanted to add?
Yeah, I think that it's overwhelming for the area. That the height is overwhelming. We're 1.5-story, all adjacent houses around there. And you're putting, so the height is obscene. And then going forward more also, standing out from all of us. If you look at the drawings of the street, the house is consistent to all of them. They're all consistent, and he's overpowering everything.
Okay. We'll let again, we take your,
And-
sorry, go ahead.
But, so, and also, where are we gonna, like, when we're there, we always have a hard time finding a parking spot. Where are all these people parking their cars if they're coming in with a car? Where's the accommodating parking for all these people?
Okay, thank you. Anything further you'd like to add?
The proposal build, which one do you want? Sorry, give me 1 sec. Which one?
Proposed building from house
Oh,
4 extends 3.
I already said that. That's about it.
Okay, thank you so very much. We'll let the agent give you some feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you, take care. Okay, is that the last of the speakers?
Yeah, through your chair, those are the speakers.
No, thank you kindly. Mr. Chan, you still there?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Hi, you've heard the various speakers raise concerns. I wonder if you might address as many as you can of those.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair, and I thank the neighbors for their comments. I'll first start off with Ms. Kessel's comment. I respectfully disagree that I characterized the neighborhood as underprivileged. I can ask staff to turn to page 7 of my planning rationale in the section discussing neighborhood housing context, where I described that the property is located in Oakwood Village, and the census information available, and the wording that I included in those 2 paragraphs, I think you just passed by it there. Neighborhood housing contexts are taken directly from the city's neighborhood profiles. Nothing was altered. There was no opinion in there. I'm just simply stating facts. And the fact is that Oakwood Village has a higher percentage of households with inadequate housing and unsuitable housing in the City of Toronto large. These are City of Toronto words. So again, I respectfully disagree with Ms. Kessel's categorization of me determining that the neighborhood is underprivileged. This is, again, just words taken straight from City of Toronto material. With regards to shadow impacts and height, we're seeking a height increase of 0.53 meters, about the length of the standard forearm, over the maximum permitted 11-meter heights. And in the RM zone, multiplexes are permitted to have main wall heights, in fact, of up to 11 meters on the front and sides with no mitigation of that height. A box could be provided at an 11-meter height We are 53 centimeters over that while also implementing front angular planes to the development of the fourplex in order to mitigate the addition of that the requested addition of 0.53 meters height. With respect to the height and the setbacks and impacts to privacy for the southern windows, if I can ask staff to turn to the site plan. The fourplex is proposed at a compliant 1.2 meter south side yard setback to 402 Glenholme Avenue. And therefore, that was my point in my planning rationale, that there wouldn't be any consideration of impacts to windows to the south side yard because there is no variance for it, and it should not be considered in my respectful opinion. There are windows on that side elevation, if I can ask staff to turn to it. However, every one of those windows on the south elevation are proposed below the maximum permitted height, would be the other elevation, below the maximum permitted height, and those windows would be permitted as of right on any other building, even if the height of the building were to be meeting the maximum permitted height. Of course, Ms. Kessel aptly described discussions with my clients in that those windows would be provided despite the fact that they meet the minimum side yard setback, and they're below the maximum permitted height with translucent windows in order to mitigate concerns with respect to overlook and privacy onto our property. With respect to densification, this is a common discussion when fourplex development and also combined with garden suites are proposed, is that City Council's directions through the EHON study as well as through the development charges amendments to Chapter 4.415 of the Municipal Code to specifically encourage 4 and 5, in this case, 5-unit developments on a lot, to reduce development charges in order to facilitate this type of gentle intensification, which is implementing the vision and the goals of the city's expanding housing options and neighborhood study since before 2020. And also added to the fact that in particular areas of the city, including this district, the South District, that 6 plexes or 6 units are permitted on all properties in the Toronto and East York District. With regards to servicing, the servicing concerns will be addressed during the building permit stage with regards to water and wastewater. With regards to Mr. Nunez comments in terms of water flow, if I can ask staff to go to the survey with respect to the landscaping. The survey you can see here is that almost the entire front yard and the entire rear yard is paved currently with hard landscaping in the form of asphalt. And we are seeking a variance that's below the minimum standard. However, it still provides an increased amount of water absorption and water drainage and groundwater flow over that of what is existing on the property. With respect to parking, Bylaw 89/2022 amended the zoning bylaw 569/2013 to remove the minimum required parking spaces for this type of development. My clients have contacted Transportation Services and have been advised that there is street parking available should any of the future residents require parking.
Mr. Chan, if you could wrap up.
I've just one more comment on the tree from Ms. Spivak at 471 Louder. I was made aware of these activities upon their submission to the Committee of Adjustment, the written submission. I contacted my client about this, and I'm advised that these actions were undertaken by the previous owner, and I have the transfer document for the new ownership which was done in mid-August of this year to a new owner, which is my client on this application now. And my client has, the current owner, my client has advised that they would adhere to the urban forestry conditions with respect to submission of an appropriate permit and approval thereof and review thereof from urban forestry.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you. Mr. Reid?
Thank you, Chair. I have questions about variants 5 and 6. 5 is the lot frontage and 6 is the lot area. And you haven't really touched on that. And there's a very big discrepancy between what's required and what you're proposing. So can you speak to why you see these as being minor variances to the bylaw?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Reed, and through you, Mr. Chair. These two variances for lot frontage and lot area in the RM zone would be typical variances for any multiplex development, because when the bylaw was amended to permit multiplex development in the RM zones, the city did not change the standards for the lot frontage. In fact, the lot frontage standards for detached house in this zone pursuant to the exception for this area, and I believe the exception number is the X252, permits an 8-meter lot frontage for a residential detached house. And even the detached houses that exist in the RM zone, in particular in this immediate context and geographic neighborhood, do not even comply themselves with the minimum lot frontage requirements for 8-meter lot frontages, because the primary lot configuration for this geographic neighborhood, and particular in this immediate context, is of 25-foot or 7.62 meter lot frontages and the correlated lot areas. We have had many committee of adjustment applications that we've gone to before both this and the North York District with multiplex developments that have required these two specific variances. So in my respectful opinion, these would be technical variances based on the existing lot frontage and lot area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lombardi's got a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Chan. Mr. Chan, I'm going to refer to the planning report that you provided to the Committee of Adjustment. It's dated October 9th, 2025, and I'm going to refer to page 12.
Yes, sir.
So there is a variance required for penetration of a 45-degree angular plane, correct?
Yes, sir. And despite the revisions to the plans instituting an angular plane for the sides and rear of the proposed garden suite, those angular planes begin at a height of 5 meters and therefore still require the variance. And for the front angular plane, this is the same, because the proposed garden suite is not at a proposed separation distance of 7.5 meters, is at a distance of 6.5 meters, and therefore the variance is also required for the front angular plane, despite it being provided. I'd just like also to note, sir, that the 2025 Garden Suite Monitoring Bylaw update that was passed on July 15th, 2025 by City Council now no longer requires these side angular planes or rear angular planes. However, in this proposal, we've revised the plans to provide angular planes.
So thank you. I do see that you're providing angular planes. So my question to you, and I'm going to ask for clarification because I need clarification on some of the points you make on page 12 are related to that. So the first point that you make, the first dash point, says the garden suite can be proposed with no side angular planes, which is consistent with the development standards authorized by Ontario Regulation 4626-24. So you haven't actually added to that, and that is that OREG 426/24 indicates that that is for a maximum of 3 units on a lot, correct? Including a
yes, sir. Suite. So when OREG 426-24 was introduced, it was specifically with regards to an additional ancillary dwelling unit on a site that already had up to 2 dwelling units. Also, I'd just like to add to that, because the 2025 Garden Suite zoning amendment built upon Ontario Regulation 426, in that it expanded that relief of requiring side angular planes to include up to 4 units on the lot. So it increased over the 426 permissions.
All right, so you make the second dash point is where you make the reference to OREG 426/24. But I remind you that your application is proposing 5 units. So then the next dash point, you refer to the 2025 Garden Suite zoning amendment. But I will add to that there is an exception to that, and that is the monitoring report which is dated June 27, 2025, on page 6 reads, "The regulation, in brackets, OReg 426/25, prevails where there is a conflict with the zoning bylaw." Would you agree with that?
Where there's a conflict with the zoning bylaw.
That's what it says. So in other words, where there's a conflict, where the zoning bylaw indicates zoning standards that are different from OReg 426/25, OReg 426/25 prevails. So in other words, angular planes are required if the garden suite is on a property or in a lot that has more than 3 units.
Well, sir, I'm aware that that was an issue that was brought up in front of council because the original version of the garden suite monitoring zoning bylaw amendment included side angular planes that was drafted as part of the original bylaw. The amendment bylaw by staff. And once it went to city council, that the requirements for those side angular planes were removed. And the version of the 2025 garden suite monitoring bylaw amendment that went to council did not have those side angular planes required and also permitted to have no side angular planes for development with four units proposed or existing on a lot. I understand also, sir, that the zoning amendment, the garden suite zoning monitoring zoning amendment, is also appealed to the OLT. So that's those factors have yet to be concluded with regards to that.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Thank you, Mr. Chan. Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Chan, first off, I think some of the modifications that your client is making to the multiplexes and the garden suite combinations, I think, are positive. I think as these applications evolve over time, I think you and your client are, I think, at least listening to what neighbors in the community are saying about trying to address some of legitimate and responsible concerns. So that's good. The angular planes, for example, on the garden suite, I think are a positive, and the removing of the second floor windows, I think, is a positive. Those go a long way to make this a little bit more desirable. My question, however, is about height. You're asking for about 1/2 meter over height, and I noticed that your individual floors, they look like they're 8-foot ceilings, which is good. But I was thinking and looking at your excavation plan, and are you going down? Like, it just strikes me that, if you wanted to get your application to be as of right for height, could you not excavate and drop the building down 1/2 meter so that you comply? I mean, height is a visual distraction for the neighbors, and the degree to which I think we can address some of those concerns might go some way as well to address residents' concerns. So have you or your client, thought about dropping the whole building down 1/2 meter so that you comply with the height bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Clay, for the question. So what are the driving factors for the request for the additional 53 centimeters in height? If I can ask staff to go to the side elevation. So the basement unit of the fourplex is proposed as an accessible unit. And therefore, the rear pad, if I can go ask staff to go to the other elevation, that shows where the bottom footings are more clearly, or actually just shows them versus that. So in this instance here, well, that's the section that also assists. In this section, we see that the basement unit is sunken approximately 50% below grade, 50% above grade. That basement unit is an accessible unit that's wheelchair accessible. And in that rear patio section there will be a wheelchair lift placed. That's just basically, if you could just see on your screen, right underneath those staircases. And the wheelchair lift, the maximum travel distance for the wheelchair lift that's going to be in that rear patio and to enable the wheelchair access to the basement unit, I think has a maximum vertical height of travel. And therefore, in this instance, that's what is driving this 0.53 meters in height. So if we were to propose the building with a lower height, then I don't believe that that basement unit would be wheelchair accessible.
So this is code? This is a code requirement for the elevator for accessibility?
I'm not a code expert, but that would be my assumption, sir. And also, another factor too would be for fenestration as well. There's, I think, again, not being an expert in the Ontario Building Code, but there's a minimum surface area or window area that's required for bedroom units. So if the building were to be sunken deeper into the ground, then it may not meet the Ontario Building Code requirements for the required square meterage of fenestration for the bedrooms, for example, and living rooms.
Okay.
Mr. Reid, any questions for you? No? Okay. Mr. Chan, thank you very much for your responses. I think at this point we'll take it into committee and look for some discussion before we look at a decision.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, committee members.
Yeah, I think this is one of those applications that has a number of issues that I think are perplexing all of us. For myself, I find that even though a change has been made to the soft landscaping, 34.4% is not exactly a huge improvement from 31.95. I also find that the lot frontage request is significant, quite significant, and I understood Mr. Chan's comments earlier. So I'm just wondering from my own thinking if this lot is a little undersized for what is proposed. It's a very nice proposal, and I'm interested in having the wheelchair accessible unit on the basement level, which gives some folks at least a little bit of accessibility and ease. But I just find that there are a few variances that I find difficult to support. Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. I agree with your point. I think there are many positive things happening in this application. I think it's getting to be, a lot of these applications that are of this nature are getting to a point that's pushing against what council has put forward and what's feasible, I think. But to me, this one does feel like it's a bit of overbuilding on this lot. There are, as you said, the frontage, and I know there's a historic reason for the frontage, but that's asking for 12 meters that's a very large frontage, right? And then coming in with 7 that's a meaningful difference, I find. And additionally, the side yard setback, and then the front yard setback, all of these, I think, combine together to have a pretty big impact on the neighborhood. And it feels like it's being shoehorned into a site that's not really big enough for the program that they're putting forward. Additionally, those, the rear, I find those rear, I know there's not a variance with them, but the rear fire escape stairs to be quite a visual impact on many neighbors in the back, right? Just because of their size and the depth they go to. I do appreciate the changes that have been made, and I think the agent has attempted to respond to staff and neighbor and committee concerns. But from my perspective, I don't think I can support this. I don't think it's at a point where the variances are minor in terms of their impact.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi, Mr. Clay, any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm struggling with this one as well. I mean, this firm is very active in multiplexes across the city, and I think are becoming proficient in them. I appreciate that not every lot is a suitable lot for multiplexes. But at the same time, you know, this is, I think, what council is trying to achieve, is to try and introduce these kinds of additional densities into existing established neighborhoods. I am a little bit fussed about the height. I accept the agent's explanation for that, but I would ask that they investigate that a little bit further, because again, if you can, to the degree to which these applications can come closer to as of right, the ability for them to get approved and implemented increases. So I'm not as fussed about the soft landscaping, in part because it's bolstered in the rear by permeable pavers, and I understand that the well at the bottom of the stairs is also allows for drainage of that water into the underground structure, so I think that's fine. So I'm being woefully indecisive on this one, to be quite honest with you. In part because I do think that these kinds of applications are the kinds of applications that the city wants and needs to address some of the housing issues that we're facing. And it's almost inevitable that almost every neighborhood that is seeing these applications is, of course, quite anxious and opposed to. So it's difficult to introduce this degree of change into an established neighborhood, but again, this is what council is trying to achieve. So I'm frankly uncharacteristically on the fence on this one.
Mr. Lombardi, your thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Member Reed's comments. I too have concerns with variances 5 and 6. The official plan dictates that development be sensitive, gradual, and fit the existing neighborhood character. And while I understand that we have policies related to multiplexes that supersede some of the criteria, the development criteria in 4.1.5, I have a problem with variances 5 and 6, and so I don't believe I'll be supporting this application, even though I understand the issue that the city is facing with housing, and but nevertheless, I can't get past the size of the variances, the impact.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Just to add one more point, I think had this particular application been closer to as of right, with only a few variances that are expected in these circumstances, I'd be much more supportable.
Well, just add that, it just strikes me that with a little bit of work, that could be done. Right? I think that's the challenge, is that there's probably an application in here and in other properties that with a little bit more creativity that might be able to reduce some of those variances. And maybe that's the takeaway from this.
Yeah. All right. I shall now look for a motion from somebody.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Reed?
Thanks. Yeah, for the reasons we discussed, I move that we refuse the application.
Okay,
As
thank
amended?
you.
As amended, thank you.
As amended. Do we have a seconder? Okay, Mr. Lombardi, seconds, thank you. All those in favor of refusal? Thank you. Mr. Chan, your application's been refused. Okay, where are we now? I've lost track. 21 we've dealt with.
22.
We're on to 22. And bear with me, 16, here we go. Item number 22 Item number 22 is 34 Balsam Avenue. Just open this one up. From a challenging one to a less challenging item, the purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition above a portion of the existing rear ground floor with a new roof for the remaining portion of the existing ground floor and a new rear ground floor deck with stairs. The existing ground floor deck will be demolished. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 4 photographs of trees of the subject property, decision number and a tree inventory plan, staff report from Urban Forestry, and 2 form letters in support signed by owners and occupants of Balsam Avenue. And
Through the chair, we have the agent online, and there are no registered speakers.
thank you. Bear with me, I just got to flip to the right page. All right, is this Heather Asquith? Are you there?
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Could we get your name and address, please?
Yeah, it's Heather Asquith, 349 Carla Avenue, Suite 206.
Thank you very much. From a very challenging previous application, we've come to you and say thank you very much for a fairly straightforward application. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you or need anything at all. None at all. Yeah, this is a very straightforward application, an increase of FSI from 0.6 to 0.68, a 0.8 increase. So we'll take it into committee and provide you with a rapid response. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think this is a very supportable application. It's a small addition and it's really centered towards the middle of the house and has no impact on the neighbors. And it's the one variance that's numerically small and has no impact that I can see. So I'll move approval subject to urban forestry.
Number one.
Number
Thank
one,
you.
yeah.
Do we have a seconder? Mr. Clay, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you, Ms. Asquith, you have your approval.
Thank you.
Didn't have to say very much either.
No, not at all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 23. Item number 23 is, bear with me. Item number 23 is 29 MACLEAN Avenue. Purpose of the application to alter the existing 2 1/2 story detached dwelling by constructing a partial front 3rd story addition for habitable space. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 5 photographs of trees on the subject property and a decision number affecting the property. Correspondence in support from owner occupants at 27 MACLEAN Avenue. And we have 1 item of correspondence in opposition from 31 MACLEAN Avenue.
Through the chair, both the agent and opposition speakers are online.
Thank you. Okay, item number 23. Okay, is that Mr. Ho?
Hi.
How are
good
you?
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. We do have 1 person in opposition, so I wonder if we could have a presentation, please.
Absolutely. I am happy to have a brief presentation on the owner's asks.
Thank you.
Yeah. So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. The subject property is 29 MACLEAN Avenue. Sorry, my name is Jason Ho. I'm representing the homeowners from 222 Coxwell, Toronto, Ontario, M4L3B2. The owner is asking for a addition on the 3rd floor as stated in the application, and the net GFA increase is 18.99 square meters. The addition will squarely fall within the existing building footprint on the 3rd floor of the building. The maximum height of the building will remain at the existing roof peak line. What the owner is looking to do because they do work from home. Currently, there's 3 bedrooms, but 1 bedroom is fully occupied as a home office. So they're seeking to add an addition on the 3rd floor to provide a spare bedroom for out-of-town guests and family members when they do visit. So I have read the objection from the previous, from the neighbor at 31 McLean, and I have a few points to rebut the letters. I'm wondering if I should introduce them now or listen to the presentation first.
Thank you very much. I think we'll hold off any questions for you until we've heard from the person in opposition.
Absolutely.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, to the agent, do you have extra letters that you've submitted to us?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other people that are in support of your application?
There's one support letter on file. Yes, that's the one.
Okay.
From 27 McLean Avenue.
Yes, and did you want to speak to any other letters that were submitted?
So there's a objection letter from the owner of 31 McLean Avenue. I think that's the one I was planning to respond to
Yes.
on some of the points. But
Yes, and she's going to speak now.
sounds great. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Ho.
Thank you.
Okay, can we get Ms.
In committee?
Hello, is this Ms. Nasser? Are you there?
It is, yes.
Hi,
Thank you,
good
Mr.
afternoon.
Chair.
Could we just get your name and address, please?
My name is Nadine Nasser. My address is 31 McLean Avenue.
Thank you. You have your 5 minutes to make a case.
Thank you so much. So, members of the committee, Mr. Chair, thank you for this opportunity. I am the owner of 31 McLean Avenue, which is the house directly to the north of 29, the applicant's house. And I object to the request for the variance. I am the most impacted house, as the supporting house is below or to the south of 29 and is in no way really impacted. I oppose the variance and submit that it does not meet any of the criteria of the Planning Act. The proposed construction of the 3rd floor story addition would firstly block my view, secondly, block my natural light, and block all my southwest facing windows, of which I only have 3. Number 3, it would infringe on my privacy as the construction is directly in front of my principal bedroom, which is occupied. And fourthly, it would increase the total floor space of this property by 1/3 greater than permitted. So the permitted is 0.6. The owner is looking for 0.881. And I bring to the members' attention that this request is a second request in 2015. The then owners, asked for a variance and obtained it from 0.6 to 0.74. These are not large properties, members of the committee. I describe the homes as sliver homes. They were a development of 2 pieces of land that were partitioned in the year 2000 with 4 homes constructed. They have less than 25 feet of frontage, and I call them sliver homes because they are all tall, tall homes and very thin. The other thing I should draw to the committee's attention is that the way they were developed or constructed, and it's all the same developer at the time, back in 2000, is that they're all a little staggered. So 25 McLean Avenue, which is the southmost home of this development, is furthest ahead or furthest closest to McLean Avenue with 27 setback, 29 setback, and my premises 31 setback the most. And why that's significant is that if you build the 2 houses, 29 and 31, have a front balcony. You can see them in the photographs that I've attached. I've also attached photographs depicting what I would see from each of my southwest windows or exposures if this construction or this variance was allowed. And again, it would block all my natural light, and it would basically have a brick wall less than 3 meters away from my southwest windows. In support of the application, all the applications that Mr. Ho have provided are a one-page proposed site plan, which in my respectful submission, no one can read. I certainly can't read it. That what was provided to me in the letter, I couldn't read. I looked at the copy online. I also couldn't read it. But I just, again, want to draw to the committee's attention that the proposed variance impacts massively on size. It is not minor. It's in my submission major. It impacts on my loss of light, my loss of privacy, and it blocks my lake view. It's not a desirable development and not consistent with the character or intent of the development that was approved back in 2000 when these 4 homes were constructed, each of which was built a little bit staggered or in a staggered manner, approximately 2 meters in front of each one or closer to the road as you move south. The general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw is not maintained. There are no policy considerations here. We're not dealing with any kind of delicate or soft expanse or, in any way increasing the density or creating soft density. This is for the owner's personal use. And again, they've just purchased the property in 2002, and this committee already gave the previous owner a variance in 2015. I'm asking the committee to look at it from a spacing point of view, and that it is not desirable from my perspective, obviously, to have a wall directly in front of my principal bedroom, which is only 3 meters away.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. My time's up? Sorry.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Ms. Nasser.
Sorry
Just
about
hold on a second. Mr. Lombardi has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the speaker. You made a comment that you said the plans that you've seen you couldn't read. I'm looking at the plans that were submitted, and I'm just wondering from your comment or comments, what seems to be the issue in terms of reading the plans?
Well, there's no depiction. Like, sorry, Mr. Lombardi, do you have any kind of depiction as to what that? I heard the applicant's agents say that the height will be only to the peak of the roof. So I have a flat roof; they have a peaked roof. But is that in any way depicted?
Well, I'm referring to the site plan drawings and elevations that were submitted to the Committee of Adjustment, and I believe they're online, and so they are.
I'm sorry, sir, I did not see those. I apologize.
Oh, okay.
I only received that one that's on the screen right there. And these ones don't give a pictorial, though, as to the height of the
Well,
addition.
if you scroll down to the next couple of drawings, you'll get to an existing elevation, A201, right there. That's the existing elevation. And then the next drawing shows the proposed.
Sorry, sir, when were these uploaded? Because I looked this morning and they weren't there, so I'm surprised. But that's fine. I mean, certainly that depiction right there makes the argument for me. If you look at my photograph, that peaked roof would be directly in front of my front deck and directly in front of all the windows of my principal bedroom.
Mm-hmm. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll ask the Secretary Treasurer. These plans were available much before today.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yes. They're uploaded at the time that the application is received.
Yeah, thank you. I have no more questions. I think the plans are very clear and they're labeled correctly, and I think they're, I won't say easy to read for our lay individuals who are not familiar with reading plans, but nevertheless, they do indicate existing condition and then proposed. So I think that is helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Any other questions at this point? No? Okay, let's get Mr. Ho back in, please. Mr. Ho, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you've heard the neighbors' concerns. I wonder if you could briefly respond to those.
Sure. Yeah, and respectfully, in response to the neighbor's objections, she is correct that the homeowner has acquired the property, and the previous homeowner has asked for a committee of adjustment or a minor variance in 2015, in which they've enlarged the house beyond the 0.6 or 60% floor space index. So I believe we're increasing from something over 70% to the current ask. Given that there is a minor, or we're asking for addition to the house that's least invasive to the size of the lot by following the existing footprint. In regard to the privacy, there's no proposed windows that is facing the property at 31 McLean. So we're posing no privacy concerns, certainly not overlooking the bedroom as the neighbor has indicated. Regarding to the blockage in the front yard, the natural light, a lot of the window that currently exists on the 31 McLean Avenue home is located between the two houses, and we are not asking for additional height above and beyond what's lawfully existing. So I respectfully dispute that we are creating a significant impact to the natural light that enters the home.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ho.
Thank you.
Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you at this point. If not, we'll just take it into committee.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Ho. Okay, we've got before us one variance, and the variance is from 0.6 FSI to 0.81, which in the grand scheme of variances is relatively a minor one. I'd also would note that the addition is at the front of the house, and there are no windows on the sides overlooking. The only window is the one that faces the street. So I think the impact would be minimal. It's also on the existing footprint. So I think this is a supportable application. Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I agree. I do take into consideration one of the residents, 31 McLean, I believe, who had some concerns generally, but talked about the previous Committee of Adjustment decision. I do as well worry about this being an iterative process where applicants were going to come back every couple of years. But nevertheless, having said that, I'm not going to consider precedent at this time, because we have to look at this application as it is before us. This represents a small increase in massing. It's approximately 20 meters squared, which I think is very minimal, and so I would support the application as well with conditions.
Is that a motion?
No, I want to hear from everyone else.
I think
Clay?
I'm fine with that. I think that. I agree.
Mr. Lombardi, would you like to turn that into a motion?
I'm just looking at my notes to see if there are any proposed conditions. I don't
No,
see any.
none at all.
All right, so I'll move the motion to approve
Thank you.
the variance.
I'll second that.
Second, Mr. Reid, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Ho, you have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to item number 24. Item number 24 is 9 HIGHBOURNE Road. Purpose of the application is to construct a new two-story detached ancillary building containing one garden suite with a canopy at the northwest portion of the building and 3 fire shutters on the rear east windows of the building. The existing garage will be demolished. There will be a total of 4 residential dwelling units on this lot, 3 dwelling units within the main house, and 1 dwelling unit within the ancillary building. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, correspondence from the agent, tree inventory and preservation plan, tree risk assessment report, email correspondence from transportation engineering, and correspondence in opposition from Oriole Parkway, and Walmer Road, and materials in opposition from a property on Oriole Parkway.
Through the chair, we have the agent in person, as well as speakers that are online and in person too.
Thank you.
Opposition speakers.
Okay. This is...
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Bear with me one moment
Sure.
while I just shuffle paper again.
No worries.
Okay.
Okay.
You are Mr. Rose?
Yeah, so
Hi,
for the
good
record,
afternoon.
Lauren Rose, 388 Spadina Road.
Thank you very much. We do have folks in opposition, so we'll need a presentation,
Yes.
please. Thank
Sure.
you.
So you have before you an application for a garden suite. Through conversations with planning, we have revised our application. We've shown the required 2 parking spots for bicycles, so variance 8 is no longer required. Planning has asked us to put translucent windows on the 2nd floor facing the rear, which we have done. And they had no objections to anything else. They support the application. They did not write, I guess that's implied support. As you said, we have support from transportation. If staff want to quickly show the existing survey, you'll see that the existing garage, although 1 story, is a bigger footprint than what we're proposing if you compare the 2. It has smaller side yard setbacks than we're proposing. The rear yard setback is slightly larger, and the proximity to the existing dwelling is closer than we're proposed. So if I take you through the variances, the minimum rear yard setback for the ancillary building is 0.3 meters, where 1.5 is required. I noted that the existing building was 0.58. But if you look again at the existing surveys, you will see that the neighbors on either side of our property, their garages are at 0 lot line, and one is at 0.18 meters, if you can pull that up. Existing survey. Required side yard setbacks, we are proposing 1.2 rather than 1.5. I don't know if you want to zoom in on the rear garage setbacks for there. Ancillary building containing garden suite may be no less than 7.5 meters from a building if it's 2 stories in height. We are asking for 7.08 meters. We're 0.42 meters shy. And with that, variance 3 and 4 are similar, and 5. If a building is not within 7.5 meters of the existing structure, the height requirement is 4 meters. We're showing it at 6.39. You are allowed 6.3. My error, we did show the actual height of the roof at 0.6, but there is a parapet that is a little bit higher. Planning has no objections to the 6.39, so the extra 0.9, but the required height is 4. Just like the first application this afternoon, it's closer to the existing building than the 7.5 meters. So that was variance 3 and 4. The requirement for angular planes on side yard setbacks does exist. It's under debate, I understand, through the province and the city. So we do require those variances for 5 and 6, and 7. And as I said, variance 8 has been dropped. I can answer your questions and then respond to opposition if you want.
Thank you. We'll wait to hear from the folks in opposition,
Yeah,
and then
okay.
we'll call you back.
Can I just go sit here
Yes,
and take
by
notes?
all means.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker at 342 Walmer Road, please come to the podium.
Mr. Perry? Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Perry. Just state your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
My name's Simon Parry, home address 342 Walmer Road, Toronto.
Thank you.
My wife and I have owned number 11 Highbourne Road since 1983. And while we no longer live there, we do hope to move back there sometime in the future as we get older. 11 Highbourne Road is the neighbouring property on the north side of number 9 Highbourne Road, which is the subject property for this meeting, this particular part of the meeting. The Committee of Adjustment's position on minor variance is, I quote, to provide flexibility in dealing with minor adjustments to zoning bylaw requirements and to approve such variances. The committee must be satisfied that, number 1, the variance requested is minor. Well, in this proposal, there are 7 requested variances, of which number 4, the height rule, is exceeded by very nearly 60%. I cannot think of any situation where a 60% variance would be considered minor. The fact is that this is a major variance. The proposal is for a so-called ancillary garden suite, yet what is actually being planned is a giant backyard cube, a brick bunker measuring 6.5 meters deep by 9 meters wide and 6.1 meters high, or 21.5 feet deep, 29.5 feet wide, and 20 feet high. This garden suite will be wider than the main building that's already there, and excluding the peaked roof of that main building, the 20-foot garden suite would just be as tall. It's the height that we strongly object to. The height rule specifies 4 meters for an ancillary garden suite, and what is proposed is 6.39 meters, which is a 59.75 variance. So come on, that's not minor. So we have a proposal for a 2-story building with a full basement, 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, kitchen and living room, etc., and 1,896 square feet of living space on 3 floors, including the basement. I cannot believe that this proposal for a second large building on a single lot meets the general intent and purpose of the city zoning code, that the official plan will be maintained, and that the proposal, as it stands, is a desirable or appropriate use of the land in this neighbourhood. Look, I'm all in favour of increased density. I don't have a problem with that. Nothing against garden suites and so on. But I do object when a garden suite is being morphed unnecessarily into an unnecessarily large building which negatively impacts neighbouring properties. And that includes my property. And it impacts the quiet enjoyment of residents, my tenants, to which they are entitled. And as landlord, I'm responsible to provide that. So if this so-called ancillary garden suite is to be built, we strongly request that, if nothing else, the committee enforces the 4-meter height restriction that is in the guideline. And by the way, in doing so, you will still be approving 6 additional variances that are being requested. One other thing I want to talk about, and that's parking. There are currently 3 tenants in number 9 Highbourne, and there's parking space for 3 or 4 cars on the property. That's all going to go to make way for the garden suite. Current and new tenants will lose their off-street parking. Well, where will they park? If they have cars, and you know and I know that they probably will. Where will they park? In the driveway? On the street? Well, on the street, there's no parking between 7 and 9 a.m. every morning, and where in winter street parking is problematic due to poor snow removal. This parking problem, along with the major variance issue in height, are important considerations that I would ask the committee to pay serious attention to when you're coming to decide on whether this ancillary garden suite, as proposed, should go ahead. We request that you do not let it proceed as proposed and that you scale it back in line with the 4-meter height rule. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Just for clarification, you own the apartment building directly behind?
No, but directly north. So
On the-
we're the next door neighbour. The apartment
Okay.
building is quite a lot bigger. You know, it's 5 or 6
And your
stories.
address, because I see the address listed here is Walmer Road.
Yeah, I live in Walmer Road.
Okay.
I used to live in Highbourne Road, and I fully intend to go back
So
there.
you've,
Yes,
okay.
yes, I just kept it, yes,
I was just trying to place you and
Yeah.
the impact on you.
yes.
Yeah. Thank you very kindly.
Okay,
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Well, this is
Sorry,
my,
yes. We cannot have comments from the gallery. Thank you so very much. Moving on to... Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Barry. We have a question from Mr. Lombardi for you, if you don't mind. Sorry about that.
yeah, that's all right.
Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Simon Parry.
Thank you. Simon, if I can,
Yeah, please.
are you aware that the city recently approved an increase in heights for garden suites? They're permitted, 2 stories are permitted.
Well, I just used
6.3.
the
Hello?
the information that was sent me.
Hey.
So if you're,
Hello? Sorry, Mr. Barry. Hello? Hello. We're at a meeting. I'm not sure who you're talking to. Can you just hold off, please? Sorry, Mr. Perry.
so are you telling me then that what was shown here in terms of the requested variances is incorrect?
No, those variances are triggered when an ancillary structure such as a garden suite is located a certain distance from the main residential
Right, between
building.
5 and
Yeah,
to
if
less than
it's-
7.5.
Yeah, if it's at 7.5 meters,
Yeah.
then 2 stories are permitted, originally at a height of 6 meters, but recently, council increased that height to permit 6.3 meters.
Okay, so you're saying that basically the 6.3 metre height is okay?
Well, if it's 7.5 meters back from the main
Which
home, which is not.
Which
So
is not,
That's
right,
why it's
right,
triggered.
right.
Yeah. And they're actually asking for 6.39, so that is
Right.
above the
Yes.
permitted height
Yes.
by
Then that's what I'm saying.
0.09.
I mean, of all the things we looked at, I don't want to stop people having garden suites, but I object to the fact that it's too high.
Well,
And
I
it's
just
going
wanted to point that out
Right,
for you.
yes,
that-
I appreciate it, thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very kindly. Are
thanks a
there
lot.
any other questions for Mr. Perry before he leaves? Nope. Okay. Thank you, Mr.
All right,
Perry.
thank you.
Thank you. And now we can move on to the next person.
Through the chair, the next speaker at 11 Highbourne Road, please come up to the podium.
Okay.
Oh, right, you were, yeah, so through the chair, is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak to this application? If none, then
Okay.
we can move on to the online speakers. The speaker at 110 Oriole Parkway, you have been unmuted.
Okay, great.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could we get your name and address, please?
I'm John Burton. I'm at 110 Oriole Parkway, apartment 207, and I look directly out at 9 Highbourne where the proposed building is planned to be constructed.
You're in the apartment that's directly behind the intended project?
That's right.
Okay, great. Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Please make your case.
Okay, great. So I'll make a short statement, and then if we could pull up the presentation that I submitted. So thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak. My partner and I live at 110 Oriole Parkway in a modest 600 square foot apartment that has been our home for over a decade. The current proposal for a 2-story ancillary building at 9 Highbourne would have a severe and lasting impact on our quality of life and that of my neighbors. Our main living space, where we work and spend most of our time, has 2 windows. If this proposal is approved, one will be almost completely blocked and the other partially blocked. Losing natural light and views of trees and sky is not a minor inconvenience. It would profoundly affect our daily well-being. Turning to the planning context, this application does not meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. The variances are not minor. The proposal seeks 7 separate variances, including excessive height, reduced setbacks, and multiple angular plane penetrations. A variance cannot be considered minor when it eliminates daylight, sky views, and privacy for several households. The proposed structure would rise to 6.39 meters, over 50% higher than permitted, and much higher than adjacent garages. It would stand just 10 feet from our windows, creating a 2-story wall in what is now open space. The official plan is clear. Development in established neighborhoods must respect and reinforce the existing physical character, including prevailing heights, massing, and patterns of rear and side yard setbacks. This proposal does the opposite. It introduces a building that is essentially the size of a 2-story house into a rear yard, incompatible with the surrounding context. The cumulative effect of these variances undermines the intent of both the zoning bylaws and the official plan. The impact is major, the design is incompatible, and the outcome would diminish rather than enhance neighborhood livability. I respectfully urge the committee to deny this application. If some version is approved, similar to the last speaker, Simon Perry, I ask that the height be limited to 4 meters consistent with the bylaw, and that the minimum rear setback of 1.5 meters be observed. These conditions are essential to preserve access to light, sky view, and privacy, and to prevent a harmful precedent for other properties along Highbourne and Oriole Parkway. Okay, and so if we could pull up my presentation. So there's a separate, this is my letter, but there was a presentation that's, that I also submitted. So it's under letter of objection, but it's presentation materials, and the date is October 3rd when it was submitted.
It's in the materials in opposition, H3D. No? It's in the material, regular materials, yeah.
Right at the bottom. Yeah. And it says materials in opposition.
Yeah, that's it there. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. So if you could scroll down to, we'll just go directly to slide number 3. And so you can see a picture from inside our apartment. This is our main living space, our living room, and our home office. And you can see through the right window the garage that's proposed to be torn down, and a structure that's 50% taller is planned to be built in its place. And if you could go to the next slide, number 4. So these are the same 2 windows in the living room / home office. There's the left window and the right window. In the top pane, I've highlighted the existing garage in yellow. So that is planned to be torn down. And then I've altered the images to show the impact of the proposal in the bottom pane. So you can see on the right that the right window would be almost entirely blocked, and the left window would be significantly blocked. And it would be even worse for my neighbors in apartment 208. Essentially, their primary windows would be completely blocked, and they'd be looking out at a wall just 10 feet away from their windows. Another major concern is just the precedent that this sets. So at 7 Highbourne, just next door, there's also a garage. So what if the owners there want to build a similar garden suite? So that would result in completely blocking our windows. Okay, so that's great. On slide 5 there, you can see how little the distance is between our building at 110 Oriole on the right and the current garage. And that garage is planned to be torn down, and this much taller building is planned to go up in its place. The other thing I really want to point out is the effect on the apartments on the first floor. So there's that big arrow pointing to the apartments on the first floor. I took this picture at midday. You can see that they get direct sunlight for part of the day, even though they don't have a great view. They're looking out at the garage, but they do get direct sunlight, and they would lose all that. And so they'd be in permanent shade 365 days of the year, 24/7.
Mr. Burton, your time's up. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions for this individual? No? No? Okay. We can move on to, that's it? Okay. Let Mr. Rose, can you come back, please? Thank you. You've heard all the comments, so I'd let you respond.
So it's obviously mostly about height. You heard from my friend Simon, it's a variance, 60% variance. I know we don't really work on percentages. Oh, right. We heard Simon talk, his big concern was the height. And he related to the 4-meter setback, and it says 60% over. Well, although we don't care about percentages, if he does want to talk about percentages, the distance from the existing building to the front of the accessory structure is 0.5% difference, and that is minor in variance. So if we were 0.42 meters further back, we would be allowed to the 6.3 meters. I know planning didn't have an issue with the 6.39. If it would make it more palatable, I would agree to reduce the height to 6.3 from the 6.39 on those variances. It just might be more palatable. He talked about parking, he talked about noise. There's no variance for parking, there's no variance for noise. This is a 10-minute walk to Davisville subway station. In terms of 110 Oriole and John's comments, first I want to point out that expression people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. I know John doesn't own the building, but the buildings, and you can see them on the map there, they're all apartment buildings, 4-story. They're zoned the exact same zoning as this house. So while he can have a 4-story building that basically stretches the whole depth of the lot, my client can't have a 6.3 meter accessory structure, in his opinion. He has no right to a view. The bylaw anticipates a building of 6.3 meters that would block his view regardless. So while I sympathize with that, my son lives next to a building that was just put up and all of his light was taken to. The planning department supports this application. And they've looked at all these things. We've had discussions. They chose not to write on it, I guess, because of timing, but we did take into consideration all of their comments. And we believe that this is good for the area, meets planning principles and provincial principles for increased housing. I can answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Barry, we have some questions for you.
Can you just briefly explain your plan for the trees, removal of trees?
I don't believe that there's an issue. The arborist report doesn't talk to, forestry has no comments.
Well, one tree to be removed and replaced. Right?
Forestry had no comments. So I don't really, we hire arborists. We submitted the information, forestry had no,
thank you.
No comments.
Yeah.
We would have to deal with it.
Yeah, there are no comments from forestry at all. Thank you. Any other comments or questions, Mr. Clay?
It's just the parapet.
Yeah.
Design feature, or is it required?
So to retain the water on the front. So this was my mistake. I thought that you measured to, and I argued this with the zoning examiner, you measured to the top of the flat roof.
No.
That's how I understood the bylaw to be written. He proved me wrong. So you're always allowed a 0.3 meter parapet. So I was at 6.09 and I added a 0.3 meter parapet. I could reduce those all to 6.3 if it makes everyone happy.
So when you go from 6.39 to 6.3, that's what your plan is, to reduce the parapet? Or?
Yeah, it's 4 inches.
How high is it to the flat roof?
The parapet to...
No, how high, what's your height from, to the flat
So it's
roof?
6.09.
And you need the parapet for drainage?
So it's a low slope roof, so you do need to maintain, so the water just doesn't spill down the wall. So yes, so that's what the parapet's for. I usually make a parapet 12 inches or 0.3 meters. It could be less.
Okay, how much less?
I could take it to 6.3.
6.3.
If it makes it more palatable for everyone. So to tell you how that would change. So variance 3, the last sentence would, instead of 6.39, would be 6.3. And in variance 4, it would be 6.3 instead of 6.39.
Okay.
Can I ask a question as well? It's John Burton here.
No, I'm afraid not, sir. You've had your time.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Reid, any questions? No? No? Okay. Just for my part, and maybe we'll go into committee and start discussion. I think this is an application that is supportable, and while I appreciate the comments from Mr. Burton, who's in the apartment building at the back, I think the agent's comments is that, you know, people living in apartment buildings have this challenge. They're almost right up to the edge of the property. So there's a dilemma. They're already looking at a garage. While the 6.3 does exceed the required 4-meter height, I think this particular property does lend itself to a structure of this size. So I think, from my perspective, I think it is a supportable application. But I could be convinced otherwise. I hope not. Mr. Clay.
Thank you. Well, I'm not going to convince you otherwise. I would agree. This is almost as of right. I mean, it's you're supposed to be separation distance is 7.5. This is 7.08. It's pretty darn close. And you are allowed 6.3 for height. And it is a large lot. And I thought one of the things that someone said was that, you know, all these homes along this stretch have had a 4-story apartment building in behind them forever. And I thought that was a helpful comment, just to put it into context, that, you know, everyone does have a right of doing some building. And I think this is pretty consistent with what I think council's trying to get at and what the bylaw is trying to provide for. And I also would take the point that this is, it may not be within the MPSA, but it's probably pretty close in terms of walkability to the subway and walkability to amenities and such. So it is the kind of place, as evidenced by all the apartment buildings in behind, it is the kind of place that can and should perhaps be accommodate additional density. So I think it's a supportable application as well.
Thank you. I think, Mr. Craig, if I might, I think if this application, if there's a motion to move forward, I would take the agent up on the reducing the height to 6.3.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. So if anyone doesn't have any, oh, you got a comment, Pierre?
Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Reid?
This is another one that's not so easy, I think. And I think that I feel differently than my two colleagues who've spoken. Yes, I think that obviously there are apartment buildings behind, but presumably those went through a zoning bylaw amendment to be approved, and there was a process, and that's from generations ago. What I feels kind of like the previous one on Glenholme, where it's trying to shoehorn a bit too much in a site that's maybe not big enough for it. You can still build almost as of right a single story, right? Single story garden suite here, and if you do the basement, that's 2 levels. That's still a very sizable building. I feel the impact on the neighbors in the apartment building is significant, particularly because it's not, the rear yard setback is not there on Highbourne. It's over a meter shallower than it should be. And so I think that loss of light into multiple units, I think, is not a desirable thing. I don't think it's acceptable, particularly when you can have basically as of right a decent sized garden suite. So for that reason, I won't support it.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with you, Peter. I think almost 1,300 square feet for a garden suite is too large for the property. That's the size of a bungalow post-war. in the Toronto suburbs. I would have hoped that this would be a bit smaller. I do acknowledge that we're trying to provide, or the City of Toronto is trying to provide housing opportunities that might not be available currently. But I think this is too much massing on this site, so I will not support it.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Okay, let's look for a motion. Mr. Reid?
Thank you, Chair. For the reasons I stated, I move that the application be refused.
Thank you, Mr. Reid.
As amended?
As amended.
Yes, as amended.
Pardon me.
Do we have a seconder? Mr. Lombardi, thank you. Okay, all in favor? I'll abstain. Thank you. Thank you.
No, I'm not supposed to speak, but thank you so much.
And this application has been refused. Thank you. We're not gonna-
Through you, Mr. Chair, do you want to take a 10-minute
minutes?
break?
Yes, please.
Before the next item?
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Did you want to hand me the sheet, the call sheet? That'd be great. No, no worries.
Please turn off your video.
Good. All right, we continue with item number 25, 462 Willard Ave. This is an application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition with basement extension below and new stairs to grade. Also to enclose a portion of the front porch and for a new foyer and relocate the front porch stairs. The existing rear one-story addition will be demolished. Committee has before a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, received September 24th. We have red line public notice received September 24th, revised zoning notice on September 24th, covering letters from the agent, and we have previous decision number affecting the subject property with presentation materials from the agent, and a total of 8 form letters in support from owners occupants on Willard Avenue.
Through the chair, we have the agent online.
Great.
And there are no registered speakers.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Leela Yavari with Dart Studio at 35 Golden Avenue. I'm the agent representing 462 Willard Avenue.
Great. Thank you very much. There's no one lined up to speak to this item, and you've got a number of letters of support, but you did prepare a presentation, so if you wanted to take us through it very, very quickly, that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. If we could pull up the supporting materials presentation document. I believe it's called Agent Neighborhood Site Analysis. And if we can go to page 3. I'm not seeing that up yet. It's called Agent Neighborhood Site Analysis, Supporting Materials. And it should be page 3 of 7. That's not the document.
Okay.
I'm seeing it online here.
When was it submitted?
It was submitted September 19, but it looks like it was missing, and the examiner just posted it earlier today.
Oh, so what we have listed under presentation materials isn't what you want to speak to?
It is listed as part of presentation materials on the online application form, but it's not on what you're showing, no. But I can speak to this, that's fine.
Why don't we just go ahead and speak to what we have in front of us, and maybe we can muddle our way through it.
Sure. So I'm just going to briefly describe the proposed work and go through the neighborhood analysis, which is what you're missing there, but I'll go through the addresses. So the homeowners at 462 Willard Avenue bought this house several years ago with the hopes to grow their family there. They'd like to expand the home with a rear addition extending 3 feet beyond the current footprint and adding a second floor to it. The existing one-story addition will be rebuilt to be structurally sound for a second story, and we are keeping the proposed rear roof at a low slope to maintain the existing height of the house. We're also proposing to remove the existing rear deck to add more soft landscaping. And at the front of the house, we'd like to maintain their existing facade and enclose a portion of the front porch to allow for a better entryway and closet space. Currently, the ground floor entry opens directly onto the interior stairwell with no room for closet or storage. So this proposed change will not affect the existing porch roof or the overall profile of the front of the house. We do have 5 variances we're requesting approval for. I'll just briefly go through them. The first is FSI with the rear addition proposed, we're at 66%, and with the front porch partial enclosure adding 2%, our total proposed FSI is 68%. The existing is 54%. The second variance is for the front yard setback. With the proposed partial porch enclosure, this pushes our setback to 1.99 meters. The third variance is for the side lot setback at the rear addition. The proposed rear addition is in line with the existing house, and we'd like to extend it from that line in order to eliminate an interior jog in the proposed layout. So the allowable is 0.26 meters, and we're requesting to keep it with the existing 0.23 meters at the back. And the fourth variance is for the projection of the roof eaves, which again, we're proposing to keep in line with the existing so we can extend at the rear without a jog. And the fifth and last variance is for the rear soft landscape, where we are proposing to remove the existing deck, build stairs to grade only so we can maximize the rear soft landscaping to 43%. We do have letters of support, including both adjacent neighbors at 460 Willard and 464 Willard. And lastly, I've listed several addresses on their street, which I think we're missing the pages of, showing similar porch enclosures to what we are proposing, several of which are fully enclosed, namely 451, 453, 480, and 504 Willard. So we do believe that these are minor variances, keeping with the overall neighborhood aesthetic. And with the support of neighbors, we ask that the committee consider these for approval. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. And just for the record, you are amending variance number 5 to 43.64% and 54.20 square meters.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, panel, any questions? Okay, we have no questions. Thank you very much, ma'am. Let's take it into committee. Dino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alternate. I'm going to support this application. I think it is, the variances are minor in nature. I think the removal of the rear deck actually improves the landscaping situation in the rear yard. I believe it meets the 4 tests, in my opinion, and I would support approval.
All right, motion by Mr. Labarde to approve, seconded by Mr. Reed, as amended. Seconded by Mr. Reed, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
And my video. Okay, next item is item number 26, 21 Lonsdale Road. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 3-story semi-detached dwelling. Basement level is considered the 1st story by constructing a front 2-story addition above the existing integral garage. A complete 4th-story addition with front and rear balconies and a new roof over the existing rear 2nd level deck. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property. We have 4 form letters in support from owners and occupants of Lonsdale Road and Deer Park Crescent and Oriole Road. We also have correspondence in opposition from Lonsdale Road, 2 of them. Thank you.
Through the chair, we have the agent online and opposition speaker in person.
All right, item number 26. Mr. Dome, are you there?
Yes, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owners.
Thank you very kindly. Mr. Dome, we've got folks in opposition, so I wonder if you could give us a brief presentation.
Yes, the owners would like to alter their existing semi-detached dwelling by constructing an upper story addition and a front 2-story addition over the existing garage. A little bit of context here. The reason for this application is that on June 10th, 2024, the owners woke up in the middle of the night to a fire caused by the previous owner of number 23 at the time. They managed to escape, though they lost everything at the fire, which damaged all of the interior of the home. There was 13 months of delays and limbo caused by 23 Lonsdale and the investigations, the suspicious nature of the fire. A new owner has purchased number 23 in the time since. Essentially, the owner's only option now is to move forward and try to rebuild at this time, as they have growing family needs. In fact, I believe they're currently in the hospital expecting an addition to their family as we speak. So this proposal represents the owner's attempt to create an acceptable balance with their family needs for the future, working within the constraints of the existing dwelling. The proposal is designed to be entirely within the existing footprint of the dwelling, and the architect had reached out to planning staff with the proposal prior to the application submission. They had no concerns, and there are no further comments from planning staff on file. There are 3 variances requested. Variance number 1 refers to the rear upper floor balcony setback. Impact here is mitigated by the fact that the rear of the upper floor addition is stepped back to allow for the balcony above the existing footprint and includes privacy screening on both the east and the west sides. Variance number 2 refers to the proposed first floor height of 1.86 meters. I will note this represents an improvement of 0.38 meters from the existing first floor height. Variance number 3 refers to the proposed FSI of 1.5. This number does include the basement level in the FSI. The existing FSI of the dwelling is 1.07, again including the basement. The existing dwelling also has a reverse slope driveway leading to the basement level integral garage, and the proposed FSI minus the basement would be 1.14. Impact here is mitigated by the fact that, again, the proposal is designed to be within the existing footprint of the dwelling. It does meet the bylaw for front yard setbacks, side yard setbacks, and rear yard setback, as well as the overall height and main wall height. No soft landscaping variances are required. The proposed addition over the garage at the front of the dwelling is necessary to accommodate a main floor living room and bedroom number 2 above. The upper floor is stepped back a further 3.1 meters from the streetscape, and this front portion is also set back 1.48 meters from the side lot line with number 23. I'll also note that the dwellings at 21, 23, 19, and 19A are unique along the south side of the street. The existing front yard setbacks to the upper floors are farther than other houses, and the front addition does not require a length variance for the dwelling due to maintaining the existing footprint. So the front portion of the addition over the garage is consistent with or further from the street than most of the dwellings along Lonsdale Road, and in fact the large dwelling adjacent to the west of 23, that would be number 25, is set farther forward than the proposed front portion of the addition. And the front as of right balcony won't negatively affect what are the existing privacy conditions on the street. The owners have put a lot of effort into speaking with the neighbors, and the conversations have been mostly positive. They have received 4 form letters in support from the residents, including from the adjacent neighbors at 19A and 19 Lonsdale Road. I will note that in the initial discussions with the neighbor at number 23, it's my understanding that no concerns were communicated regarding the front portion of the addition. The neighbor at number 23 has submitted a letter on file which has partial support essentially for the upper floor portion of the addition, but the concerns are limited to the front portion over the garage. We've also read the comments from number 16, Lonsdale across the street. I would like to clarify the front yard setback does comply with the bylaw, and the proposed height is below the bylaw allowable height of 12 meters. So impact to the streetscape is close to what the bylaw would allow for the set as far as setbacks and height. And also there wouldn't be any impact greater than the larger projection of the dwelling at 25, as well as the even larger forward projection across the street of the newer dwelling at 8 Lonsdale next to the dwelling at 10 Lonsdale, which is very close to one another, with number 8 projecting much further forward toward the street. The owners have also spoken to a number of other neighbors, and there were no concerns communicated. And overall, we feel the application and context is reasonable and minor in nature, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. We'll hold off the questions till perhaps once the other folks in opposition have raised questions, unless there's some pressing questions that my colleagues have. No. Okay. Let's move on to the next person in line.
And we have the speaker at 23 Lonsdale Road. You can come up. Thank you. To the podium.
Hi, good afternoon.
Sorry. Okay, so...
Name and address, please.
Sorry?
Your name and address,
please.
My name is Laura Shoneko, and I am the new homeowner after the fire of 23 Lonsdale Road. And yes, we met the neighbors, and we did express our concerns when we first purchased the house, they mentioned to us, but they never provide any drawings, that they're thinking of putting a third-story addition, fourth story, right? And we was fully supportive of that until we received the letter from Committee of Adjustment, and I realized that they were also proposing those two-story additions in the front. As I said, like we support the fourth story, but we oppose to the second stories, and we have several reasons. First of all, is our let's call it the complex, right? Like we can see there are two sets of semi-detached on the same setback, relatively speaking, a little bit staggered the 19s. But this is the character of the house when they were built. And then, yes, and you have the garage who projects to it, right? But we feel that the first reason why we oppose to the two-story addition with the deck above it is that, first of all, it's gonna kind of like completely change the character of the house that we purchased, right? We purchased something that had a specific setback, right? The other feeling, the other question that we have is that is the feeling of these two-story additions beside our front door, intruding on our visual space and creating the feeling of our house being suffocated by this additional structure. One might say, oh, it's a feeling, but that's how we're gonna see our house every day when we arrive. And again, when we purchased the house, we chose that house because there was this clear path in front of us. We both have patios above the garage, as you can see. Theirs is with glass, mine is with brick, but my permit's already approved, it's for glass as well. So if you have this addition built, it will drastically impact the way we're gonna use our patio, for the same reasons before, like for the intrusion, for the feeling of encroachment into our view, right? The next issue is that our house faces north, so we have relatively very little natural light coming through, and the only light we have is coming from east. But with this two-story addition, our lights are going to be completely blocked, and our house is going to be completely sort of like dark in the front because we don't have windows on the side. We just have windows in the front of the house and the windows all the way in the back. So this way, this is going to compromise a lot the natural amount of natural light that we're going to receive. The other thing that I would like to bring it over, I know this is not a variance, but just so the committee understands how deep this house is going to be on the first floor and second floor if this addition gets built. The overall depth of this house is going to be 21.6 meters instead of the 17 meters allowed in our zoning. I understand that we know that the setback of the streets, including my next door neighbor, is pushed forward, but that's not how this house was meant to be. They were meant to be garage in the front and pushing back. We fully support the fourth story because we understand their growing needs, their family is growing, but the front one really has a very negative impact on us. Finally, if this application goes through as it is, and I know it's about the height of the basement and so on, but it's like 1.5 times the space index, right? And we feel that perhaps if those two-story addition doesn't go in the front, then bring this number a little bit closer to what is approved by the bylaw of 0.6. So, concluding, like if the committee feels that this application should go through, we kindly request that the two-story addition doesn't get approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll get the agent to give you some response.
Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for this here? Oh, thank you. Okay, do we have anybody else at the point? Yeah, thank you.
The speaker at 21 Lonsdale Road, you have been unmuted.
Hello, this is Greg Markel, owner of 21 Lonsdale. I'm not sure if my camera is on.
let me
Sorry,
just
through
check.
you, Mr. Chair, this is the owner of the property. We do have the agent already speaking, so.
That's correct, so I
Yeah.
don't think we need to
No,
hear
we
from you,
don't need
Mr.
to hear.
Markel?
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll
thank-
wait.
Thank you kindly. Take care. All right, we don't have any other folks in opposition? Okay, excellent, thank you. All right, let's get Mr. Dome back online. Mr. Dome, are you there? Mr. Dome?
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can perfectly, thank you. You've heard the neighbor's concerns regarding your proposed application. Could you respond to those items, please?
Yes, as far as the comment regarding the impact to number 23 for the front addition alone, we do feel that the impact is mitigated by the larger upper floor step back set, which is set 3.1 meters further back than the bylaw minimum front yard setback. And also there's that 1.48 meter setback to the shared lot line. And I did point out as well regarding the dwelling at number 25, and you can see in the photo over there how that is already set closer. That's an existing condition already. And also the front yard setback complies with the bylaw. And as far as the communication between the neighbors and the timing of that, it is my understanding that the owners did try to reach out even going back as far as July, and there were multiple opportunities to speak before they bought the house, and there were many other people who were thinking of buying the house who had communicated with them, and they the owners had tried to reach out to the new owners of 23, and it's just that they weren't able to get through. So really the conversations have only been able to take place recently. And Greg is the owner is on the call, and he can certainly speak more to the communications and the attempts that were made prior to the public notice.
Thank you very much. We do have questions for you. Sorry, Mr. Lombardi's got a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Dome. You have an existing grandfathered reversed slope driveway, which is the city does not permit any longer. How do you intend to, or how does your client intend to deal with that situation?
Sorry, as far as the
proposed, how are you redeveloping the property in terms of the driveway? Is there still going to be a slope, reverse slope?
Yes, so that would not be altered. So the extent of the proposal would be on top of the dwelling, within the allowable bylaw height, and above the garage, but there wouldn't be changes to the reverse slope.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Clay, Mr. Reid, any questions, any thoughts? No? Okay. Perhaps we'll take it into committee at this point and look for some discussion and a decision. My observation of this particular application is that changes are being made within the footprint of the existing structure, and the asks this home, like many other homes, the only way to go is up. And I understand that these properties were probably built at some point with a consistent facade and look, but I think changes do happen. I do not see a downside to this particular application. I think the 3 variances that are being requested are reasonable. Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree. I'm cognizant of the issues that are raised by the abutting neighbor. However, I note that there are no variances for building height, exterior main wall height, building length, or building depth. I think that the variances meet the four tests in the Planning Act, and I would support approval of the variances being requested.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Mr. Clay, Mr. Reed, any thoughts? No? I agree. So if I can look forward to a motion. Mr. Lombardi?
Mr. Chair, I'll put a motion forward to approve the three variances being requested.
Thank you. There aren't any conditions that I'm aware of.
I don't see any.
Thank you. And Mr. Reed seconds. All those in favor? Thank you. Anybody abstaining? Mr. Clay?
No, I was in favor. Sorry,
okay,
I was a
sorry.
little slow off the mark there, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dome, you have unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 27. Item number 27 is 324 Montrose Avenue. Purpose of the application: to construct a new two-story detached ancillary building containing one car garage on the ground level and a recreation room and washroom on the lower level. In the rear yard abutting the Ray Lucock Lane. Also to construct a new driveway abutting the laneway and a front east canopy. Committee had before the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, and presentation materials from the agent. We also have email correspondence from Transportation Engineering. Okay, and
Yeah, through the chair, we have the agent online, and there are interest and opposition speakers in person as well.
thank you. Mr. Allen?
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Name and address, please.
Certainly. Nick Allen from Replacement Design. Address is 160 the Westway Unit 16A in Etobicoke, Ontario. And I'm here today speaking on behalf of the owner.
Thank you very much. We do have a couple of people in interest. Perhaps, shall we check with them to see if they're in opposition or just in interest?
So we do have one opposition from the address 322 Montrose Avenue here in person.
Oh, okay. Let's deal with that individual first. And then we've got 2 others. Are those just in interest?
Sure, yeah, give me 1 second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, give me 1 second. Chair.
Mr. Allen, we'll need a presentation because we do have one person in opposition here.
Sure, that's not a problem. Could
you.
you please open the, here, it's up on the screen. I think I'll just start with saying essentially what we're proposing on the property is very similar in massing to many of the adjacent structures on the laneway. So if you could just proceed to the next few slides. They help to outline the context of the property. The laneway is much higher than the backyard. So that, I think helps to illustrate and give reason for the first 2 variances we have before us for height and a 2-story structure. Could you proceed to the next few slides, please? Yeah, so again, these are just kind of illustrating the context of the property. If you go back to the previous slide actually for a second, you can see here just the adjacent building. It's clear that it is a 2-story structure. Could you proceed to the next slide, please? Next one. Next slide, please. So this slide here helps to illustrate the justification around the building height. As we know that the building or height for ancillary buildings is taken from average grade. So because of the dramatic difference between the front and back of the building, that average grade point kind of falls in between. If we are to consider the height measured from the laneway, we have about a 3.5 meter building height, which would be under permitted building height. Could you proceed to the next slide, please? So this image, I think, just helps to illustrate the context on the laneway. As we can see, multiple ancillary structures here with 2 stories. And that is a result of, that results in our second variance here for a building with 2 stories. That is, we need some way of accessing the parking spot So yeah, I think that this is a pretty good visual aid for that second variance. Next slide, please. So the third variance we have is for the total floor area. If we are to consider just the footprint of the building, it is about 35.95 meters squared. So that would be under the permitted total floor area for an ancillary building. And finally, lot coverage just does appear higher, but I'd like to just, illustrate that this is very similar in massing to adjacent garages on the laneway. And I think a pretty average size for a garage, in order to fit a vehicle. That would conclude the comments I have right now.
Thank you very kindly. We'll go to the folks in opposition and then have you back again for some feedback.
Okay, we have the speaker at 322 Montrose Avenue. You can come to the podium.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. If you can just get your name and address first, please.
Yes. My name is Roman Luis, the owner, 322 Montrose, Toronto, Ontario. Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies.
Immediate neighbor.
Sorry?
You're the immediate neighbor.
Oh, okay. I come today to see. I see the neighbor, the 324 Montrose. I'm the neighbor, 322. I like to see. I hear if when they will be under construction, what kind of issues could be arise in that moment, the foundation between the two properties. I like to how they're gonna be. Also the roof too, because I was talking with this gentleman, 324. He mentioned he's gonna be his roof a little out close to my roof, and I told him no, because if in the future, if I have intention to sell, it's going to be a problem, because his roof's coming close to my property.
Okay.
And that's what I like to know, if he's going to do properly the foundation around my property.
Good.
And also, I have a letter from these neighbors. They have intention to do some interior renovation, and I'd like to know if they ask me if I give you a sign to continue to process this construction. Because according to me, the drawings he gave me is not properly done in interior his property. That's gonna I'm a little sometimes be aware, if those persons are going to do properly the construction.
Thank you very much. We'll let the agent who's listening, he'll be able to respond to your questions.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you presented questions that are not before us. We can't really give you the answers to that, but certainly the agent will be able to give you some feedback.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Who do we have next?
The speaker by the name James, you have been unmuted.
Mr. Mundy, are you there? James Mundy, are you there?
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon.
I am.
Name and address,
good afternoon.
please.
James Monday, 531 Crawford Street.
Thank you. Would you like to put forward your case so that the agent can respond to you?
Actually, I didn't have any case. I was here just for observation.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
That's it? Okay, wonderful. Mr. Allen, are you there? Mr. Allen?
Hello.
Hi. We're done with the folks in interest or in opposition. We do have some questions, as you have heard from the immediate neighbor. I wonder if you might be able to respond to his concerns.
Certainly. I think what I heard were concerns regarding mostly building construction. Of course, right now we're in the zoning approval process stage. It is, a unique property, but of course the concerns around construction of foundation, the site grading, that would all be dealt with through the permit application process and in conjunction with working with a structural engineer to come up with solutions to build the foundation and the structure for the building.
Thank you. And with regard to, gentleman mentioned something about interior alterations, but that's not before us.
I wasn't 100% clear on how that related to the application.
It's not before us at all.
Okay.
All right.
Chair, he did also ask about roof projection, potentially going into his property.
I can speak to that.
The plans don't look like they project over the boundary line, but can you confirm that?
Yeah, I can confirm that. That is true.
Okay.
They do not project.
Thank you. All right, we'll take it into committee and look for some feedback. Mr. Clay?
Yeah, sure. I'll take this one, Chair. This is quite a unique lot, in part because of the grade change at the rear. And it looks like the prevailing condition from all the garages are that many, if not all, have a similar kind of approach to have the parking area at grade with the lane and then have some sort of structure, storage, or otherwise underneath. That seems to be pretty common. And frankly, a pretty good solution to that unique grade change issue. So I don't think there is any issues with this. I think the variances before us are all really quite minor. So I think it's a supportable application.
Thank you.
I don't think there are any conditions, so I think I'll just move approval.
Terrific. A motion to approve?
Yes.
Seconder? Ms. Reed, thank you. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. You have your approval, Mr. Allen. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 20, we're at number 28. Item number 28 is 92 Roxborough Street West. Purpose of the application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front 3rd-story balcony, a side east covered porch, and a rear in-ground swimming pool. Also to construct a rear 2-story ancillary building containing 1 laneway suite, which will comply with the regulations of the zoning bylaws. There will be a total of 2 residential units on this lot instead of 4 residential units. 1 dwelling unit will occupy the main dwelling and 1 unit will occupy the ancillary building. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 8 photographs of trees on the subject property, covering letter from the agent, decision numbers affecting the subject property. We also have a copy of letters, a letter sent by neighbors, and then we had staff reports from transportation services and also city planning. We also have advisory staff report from urban forestry. We have correspondence in support from Roxborough Street West, McPherson Avenue, those 2 streets, and correspondence in concern or interest from Residents Association, the ABC Residents Association, and from 1 individual with no address provided. We have correspondence in opposition also from Roxborough, and there's 6 more from Roxborough. Okay.
Through the chair, we have the agent online, and there are opposition speakers online and in person as well.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Wayne Swadron.
Hi, Mr. Swadron.
Hi, I'm at 160 Pears Avenue.
Thank you very kindly. As you've heard, we have folks in opposition, and you're aware of them. So if you could provide a presentation, please.
Of course. For the minor variance application before you, I'm actually wearing two hats. Not only am I the architect who designed the proposal, but as of last week, my wife and I are actually the owners of the property. The proposal calls for the construction of a new multi-generational home for ourselves, for our adult children and their partners, and hopefully for our elderly parents. And in designing the house, you want to ensure that the building fits appropriately within its context. And as such, the proposal complies with virtually all aspects of the zoning bylaw, including front yard, rear yard, side yard setbacks, at least on the west side, building height, building depth, building length, and landscaped open space and soft landscaping. There are, however, 3 minor variances that we are seeking, and these are best described in the last 3 pages of our cover letter. So if we could open that up and look at page 13 initially. I think we're going a few more pages. Thank you. Okay, so 2 more, and I think we're there. Here we go. Okay, so the first variance is for additional FSI. Despite complying with virtually all building envelope requirements, the proposed design calls for an FSI of 0.73, whereas 0.6 is permitted. We have identified a long-established pattern of development in the neighborhood where newly constructed homes universally exceed the bylaw maximum. And since 2008, all have FSIs exceeding 0.7, and only one has an FSI lower than 0.73. You can see on the map locations and corresponding FSIs of homes that have been approved at the high 7s, or sorry, 0.7s, 0.8s, 0.9s, and even above 1.0. And it is our submission that the requested 0.73 FSI is well within this established pattern of development and approval and consistent with the neighborhood. On the next sheet, we'll see variance number 2. And this relates to the side yard setback on the east side, which is facing Molson Street. So the bylaw permits a setback of 0.45 for building faces that have no openings. Our proposal includes a significant portion of the building face, which is in pink in this diagram, that's actually set back 1.35 meters, and another portion in blue that is set back 0.45 meters. The minimum setback for buildings with openings on the side yard in the yard district is 0.9. The proposed building face situated at 0.45 has 2 very small windows, one on the ground floor and one on the second floor. From an impact standpoint, we want to point out 2 mitigating factors. One is that the existing house on the property, which sits essentially in the same location as the proposed, has an east side setback of 0.54 meters, which is about 3 inches less than we are proposing on a portion of the setback. And the existing house does have window openings on both the ground and second floor of that facade. The second mitigating factor of this variance request is that the facade that faces the side yard in this case is actually facing a public thoroughfare, not an adjacent property. There's no residential lot attached to this side of the house. The next property over is on the other side of Molson Street. So there is no concern with privacy, oversight, or limiting distances. And we think that this represents a minor variance request again, consistent with the neighborhood. The third variance, which is on the last sheet.
Mr. Swadron, I wonder if you could just wrap up, please?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, sorry about that. I did want to speak about the community outreach, but I can respond to any opposition in that regard. But I will say that the proposed swimming pool is located 1.4 meters from the side yard line in a typical mid-block situation, as the setback for a swimming pool is actually 1.2 meters from the side yard lines. So we feel that this is, certainly greater than that and represents no impact to the neighbors.
Thank you so very much. You'll be able to perhaps add more as you respond to comments that you will hear in a few minutes.
Of course.
Oh, there is one question for you from Mr. Reed.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just before we go to the other speakers, considering that you are now the owner, and you talked about having an extended family there, does the purpose of the application remain the same with 2 dwelling units, or does any of that change?
Yeah, nothing changes in that regard. It was the property itself was designed to accommodate our extended family.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next person present here in the audience.
Yeah, can we have the in-person
Thank
speaker at address 92 Roxborough Street West, apartment 2?
Hi, good evening, almost. Well, we're not quite there yet. A name and address, please.
My name is Elizabeth Petroscu, and I live at 92 Roxborough in Unit 2.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry? Yeah, Martine, she lives in a different unit. So technically, sorry? Oh, Dara couldn't come in because he got called in to work. I'll be speaking, yeah. Okay, do I just start? Okay, forgive me, I'm a bit nervous, so I'm just gonna read what I have prepared.
Thank you.
But I'm one of the 8 tenants that reside at 92 Roxborough Street West, and I oppose this application, and I share the following sentiments with the other tenants of the house, as can be confirmed by their letters of opposition. I'll first make a statement to confirm what was said in an opposition letter from Evelyn Logan and Robert Verlack. Our first written communication with the new owners clarified that they signed demolition documents as long as 12 weeks ago, which far preceded a June 25th email from our previous landlords, ensuring that the new owner intended to keep tenants. We did, in fact, learn of this demoviction application through the sign posted on our lawn, and we understand that the applicant was not allowed direct contact, but the fact that they did not indirectly ensure that we knew of their plans and only made an effort to contact us when we posted our letters of opposition worries us about the extent we will be properly looked out for and compensated throughout this process that will upend our lives. I'd also like to refute the comments in the letter of support by Gordon Wallace, where it was said that the current structure is in need of repair. And this proposal will positively contribute to the existing character while adding a new modern balance. The house has gone through major renovations in the past 5 years, as well as several improvements done recently in preparation for the sale to the new owners. The outside of the house is not in disrepair. In fact, both the facade as well as the grounds are in good shape and are well maintained, much more so than the other rentals in our street. Furthermore, calling the new proposed design a contribution to existing character is a little bit ridiculous, if you ask me. Anyone that looks at pictures of the house and the proposed drawings can see that they are building a completely new establishment and keeping only enough to technically stay within the claims of minor variances. The demolition building proposal raises many technical issues, but I'll not get into those because they're in the letters of opposition. Just want to weigh in on our perspective of this proposal as those that will actually be uprooted. We understand that the applicant intends for this new house to this new build to house members of their family, and my question is, why this house? Why evict 8 working young individuals who are in shared accommodations instead of building this house on another single-family home with tenants that willingly vacate? If you have the means to build your dream home that has elevators and underground garages and a pool, is it necessary to displace the rental population to do so? A quick search on Realtor shows that there have already been listed and sold both new style builds and development properties, so there must be a reason reason to buy and flip this particular complex, and I have a hard time seeing that it isn't due to the fact that this property is cheaper than the alternatives, and we tenants are seen as no more than a complication to displace. The way that we see it, this proposal sees to benefit the new owners, and it comes at the cost of us tenants. All young professionals and many of us working multiple jobs in order to set up our lives here in the city. In fact, most of us are unable to afford solo dwellings and make a sacrifice to live in shared accommodations so that we can live in the safe and community-oriented neighborhood. In the light of this news, we've been looking at the rental market and have come to realize this is one of the scarce rental offerings that actually provides us with enough space to share living arrangements. And it's for this reason that we find this proposal particularly disrupting, and we've not been made aware of any plans to accommodate us being unwillingly catapulted into this situation. We also harbor concerns that this development fundamentally opposes the goals set out in Housing Section 3.2.1 of Toronto's official plan for building a successful city. Demolishing this property will set 8 people looking for an already rare type of accommodation in a market with rental vacancy rates laying below 2% for the majority of the past 3 years. For reference, Toronto's official plan is clear in its prioritization of preserving rental housing when the vacancy rates lay below 3%. Moreover, if this proposed demolition and rezoning is to be approved, we would appreciate an explanation from the council members as to why the destruction of a pre-existing multiplex in favor of a single-family home is consistent with the plan segment in Chapter 3, page 28, which dictates that with insufficient new supply to meet demand for rental housing, existing stock must be preserved. We've heard already today of multiplexes that have been denied development due to encroaching on neighborhood properties. This is an existing rental unit that charges market rate. It has quiet, respectful tenants whose preservation would cause no construction, no additional light blockage, no tree issues, no loss of parking. And in its own minute way, the denial of this application is a minimally invasive motion that reduces housing stress to the city and honestly just regular stress to us. So for these reasons, we are firmly in opposition to the applicant's proposal to demolish this property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You still have 8 seconds to go, but thank you very much. You did
Thanks.
a wonderful job. Thank you. We'll let the agent respond to the concerns
Do I stay
you've raised.
here?
Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now, we do have a number of addresses, a number of folks, but they look like you're all from the same address. And
Yes, through the chair, can we have the speaker by the name of Martine Xavier? You have been unmuted.
Martine from the same address, 92. So Martine, the folks in opposition.
Hi, sorry. I think I muted myself after I was unmuted. Hello, my name is Martine Sevier, and I'm also one of the tenants of 92 Roxborough Street West, specifically Unit 3.
Martine, could you just hold on 1 second, please?
Yes.
Madam Secretary Treasurer, we've got, I think, 5 folks in opposition, but they're all from the same address, maybe different units within the address. So technically, we should be listening to all of them, I take it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay.
As long as they just tell us what unit they're in.
Okay, great.
So we can record it for the minutes.
Thank you. Martine?
Yes.
Could you just give us your name and address, but also the unit number that you occupy?
Absolutely. Martine Sevier, and I'm one of 92 Roxborough Street West, Unit 3.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but obviously as additionally all the other tenants of 92 Roxborough Street West. If approved, this application would see our home, a 4-plex with 4 apartments housing 8 tenants, demolished and replaced by a luxury single-family dwelling with a pool and a laneway suite, which I think using the word minor variance today does not associate to that description. This redevelopment would displace all 8 tenants while reducing the number of households on the property from 4 to just 1. This directly undermines the city's housing and density goals, especially at a time when the city of Toronto is facing an unprecedented housing crisis. I urge the committee to consider the city's important policy objectives when making its decision with respect to the underlying application, in particular, the following language from the City of Toronto's official plan policy. 1, that the current production of ownership housing is already in quote, abundant supply, end quote. 2, that the policies are required to respond to the city's unmet housing needs, especially with respect to affordable rental housing. And 3, that current rental housing is, quote, not unlike our heritage buildings. We need to do all we can to prevent the loss of deterioration of units, end quote. In the alternative, if this application is approved, I would urge the committee to ensure that is contingent on the creation of adequate tenant relocation and assistance plan. This should include advance notice, rent gap assistance, and moving allowances, to name a few things. We, as a collective, are concerned about not receiving this because we have already been served with eviction notices on the basis of this reconstruction, which has not even been approved. I'm hoping that we can also get more assurance that this is an important requirement that will be honored. As I've been sitting on this call for the last 3 hours, I have heard the committee speak very highly in favor of maintaining and providing affordable housing within the City of Toronto. And I hope that you share the same sentiment when you consider the submission. Thank you for my time.
Thank you very kindly. We'll get the agent will respond. Oh, Mr. Reid has a question for you.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is to all the tenants as well. There has been a memo put forward by community planning that talks about, they've requested that if this application is approved, that there's a tenant assistance plan that is tied to that approval. And I'm just wondering if you've been made aware of that or had any discussions with community planning staff, or if the applicant has mentioned that to you.
We have, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you kindly. Okay. Moving on to the next person.
The next speaker at 92 Roxborough Street West, apartment 4, sorry. You've been unmuted.
Is this Devin Bain?
Yes, it is. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. Could we just get your name and address with a unit number as well, please?
Absolutely. My name is Devin Bain. I'm at 92 Roxborough Street West, apartment number 4.
Thank you. What would you like to have us hear?
I'd like to echo the sentiments raised by the other tenants in the house. I'm also concerned about the way we found out about this application. I think there's been a deterioration of trust, certainly, in the way that we found out, coming home after a long day of work and finding a notice on the lawn. Has put a back foot, so to speak. I also would like to speak as the oldest tenant in the house in terms of the length of time I've stayed here. I moved in 2021. Took me to the unit was the charm of it. There's such beautiful character in the house. I live in number 4, so sort of in the attic section. There are beautiful slanted walls and both windows, and the charm of it is what attracted me to it. It's really a shame to see character destroyed that we can never get back. I, again, would like to echo the sentiment of my fellow residents and just say, I hope that there will be a substantial reallocation plan. At a time like this, we're all in our 20s and 30s who are trying to make a living in a city where it's very hard to do so. A home, a home for themselves. If that is the case, I can do is voice my own concerns and stand up for my neighbors where I feel we have been.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. You still have 2 minutes if you wanted to add anything new. If not, we'll let the agent respond to you. Okay, do we have anybody else?
Yeah. Through you, Chair, we do have the last speaker in opposition at the address 113 McPherson Avenue. You have been unmuted.
Good afternoon. Is this Raul Balakia?
Yes, good afternoon.
Name and address,
So,
please.
Raul Balakia, 113 McPherson Avenue. So it's a property to the north and just to the northwest of the property.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to address the committee, please.
Yeah, well, put simply, we are opposed to the committee approving this. The variances will reduce green landscaping and the plans call for removal of trees. The laneway house is not itself before the committee of adjustment, and it seems the swimming pool is apparently proposed as an adjunct to it with a plan that it be surrounded by green landscaping. In practice, it may be more likely that hard landscaping would be installed around a swimming pool. That would further reduce green landscaping. Although the as-of-right exception for laneway houses is intended to increase residences available in Toronto, the variances to the main house are planned to eliminate 3 apartments, even taking into account the laneway house. I greatly sympathize with the tenants who are going to be evicted. The apartments were previously allowed as an exception for the preserving needed housing. And with respect to assurances of future intentions, I think the committee has to look at, what is being in practical terms done. A house which is currently including multiple apartments is being replaced with a more massive project, a swimming pool and a laneway house, not really increasing how many people how many individual residences we're going to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that the last of the speakers? Thank you very much. Let's go back. Mr. Swadron, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thanks very much.
Just before you begin to address the concerns that you've heard,
Yes.
you are aware of the planning condition and one from transportation?
Yes, I'm aware of all the planning conditions, and I'm also in complete agreement with them, specifically the one from SIPO that is related to the tenant assistance plan, which I have spoken in great depth with Jamila Mohammed, who accompanied me to the house last Friday, and I am simply awaiting the plan from her in order to present that to the tenants.
Thank you. If you don't mind addressing any other concerns that stand out that you heard.
Sure. And I'd like to speak to our consultative process with the neighbors, with the Ratepayers Association, and with all the city departments. As you have before you, we've obtained many letters of support for the application, most importantly from the only attached property, which is at number 94. I want to point to one single letter of opposition that was originally written by the owners of number 86 Roxborough, which is directly across the street. I had conversations with the owners of that house after reading the opposition, and as of this morning, you should have received a letter that reverses their opposition and in fact turns to support the application. If you don't have that, that's another one that may not be in the file from across the street. So we have done that. We also called every single person who issued a letter of opposition. Many of them are tenants, you've heard from them. We made outreach to all of them with a request to discuss their concerns, and we did not receive engagement requests. They were silenced on the other end. So unfortunately, you haven't had a chance to speak, except for one who I did speak with. That was one of the very early letters of opposition. He's located down the street, I think at 105 Roxborough. But what I would say is that I am deeply concerned for the tenants, and I am more so concerned that 4 months prior to purchasing, for the closing of the property, the previous owner, Constantine Developments, somehow told the tenants that we had no interest in changing the status quo of the building. So the tenants were not informed, and we were in fact prohibited from contacting the tenants. So we had no means by which to communicate our plans, although the owner certainly knew them. And we were shocked to hear that they weren't informed. As soon as we did close, immediately informed them, although notice was actually on the sign in front of the property, which we were, of course, required to erect within a certain time frame. So I am very, very sorry for the shock, certainly, that and betrayal, I'm sure, that the tenants felt. Despite that, and despite some of the other concerns raised in most of the letters of opposition, which are centered around very valid issues of construction, traffic, noise, etc., this hearing is related to the planning principles and the zoning bylaw. And as such, we do hope that this committee will agree that we have met the 4 tests, that the proposal is, in fact, in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, the variances are minor, and that the proposal is in accordance with the city and official plans.
Thank you, Mr. Swadron. I do just have a quick question for you. I'm just
Of course.
looking at the application before us, and under ownership, we still see Constantine Enterprises Incorporated, but you are currently the legal owner from what you've said.
As of October 7th, yes. So the applications were made through the previous owner, who signed all the applications, was fully apprised of the plans, obviously. We took ownership last week and are carrying through with this application.
Thank you. Let me just check with our Secretary Treasurer to see, is that an amendment one makes at this point, or leave it as is?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if the previous owners sign off on the new owners taking carriage of this application, then those documents can come into the city at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Mr. Swadron, let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you or any thoughts. I don't see any. Mr. Lombardi, none? Okay, thank you. From my part, I think this application that's before us, we've got three variances. And
Mr. Chair, are we going?
so I beg your pardon, we're in committee, I should say. Yeah, so just my thoughts. And notwithstanding the fact that the current tenants have, this is a real spanner in the works in their lives, and it's a major spanner. Just looking at the three variances before us, I do not see them as problematic. They are a minor, as many of these applications before us presented. There are planning conditions which address some of the concerns or the concerns of the tenants, which will go into effect, and the new owner will be obliged to respond to that. There's also transportation conditions. To the one person in opposition who mentioned soft landscaping, well, there are forestry conditions, and there is no soft landscaping variance. I was very cognizant of that. So I do believe, given all of those factors, I think it's a supportable application. Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. I agree with you, but I sympathize immensely with the tenants and thank them for coming and giving very good presentations. But there's limited action that this committee can do in relation to tenant removal when what is happening is within the intent of the zoning bylaw and the official plan. And as you said, I think there are these three variances being requested that are minor. But I think I take some comfort in the fact that community planning has already begun the process of looking into the tenant assistance plan. But it's unfortunate when we come up against these applications because it's just the way the system is set up, but I sympathize.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also sympathize with the tenants. This committee has a mandate which is found in the Planning Act, and our mandate is related to the 4 statutory tests in the Planning Act, and we have to determine whether the variance or variances that are before us meet those 4 tests. Those 4 tests being that the variance or the variances meet the general intent of the official plan, the general intent of the zoning bylaw, are desirable for the appropriate development of the land, and are minor in nature. I see this situation as beyond that. I see it as a conflict between individual property rights versus tenants' rights. Now, having said that, I think we can bring it back to within our mandate, and the official plan talks about tenant housing and what happens if those units are removed. And the planning, community planning has addressed that and has indicated 2 conditions to be imposed. And while I look at the application, I agree the variances are minor in nature, and I would be proposing to approve the application. However, I would obviously require the conditions be imposed, the 2 conditions that are in the community planning report. However, my issue is that I want to be absolutely positive that when we talk about putting a condition that talks about tenant assistance plan, what does that mean and how is that going to come about? Because I do sympathize with these tenants. And so if we're going to approve this application and impose those 2 conditions, I'd like to be absolutely positive that there is going to be an outcome for the tenants.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. I don't know if any of our colleagues have any reflections on your concerns. Mr. Clay, anything? Mr. Reid?
No, I have nothing to add.
Okay. Okay, let's take it to, I think my response to your concern, Mr. Lombardi, and I think it's justifiable, is that we have to trust in planning, community planning, to do the right thing on behalf of tenants, not only the tenants here, but tenants everywhere. We've seen too many of these circumstances. Having said that, let's see if there's a motion on the floor. I'm looking hard.
I didn't even speak to you, so you go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'll reluctantly approve it. I think that we all feel the same way. I think that the variances that are before us are minor. And this is the way the process works, but we feel very poorly for the tenants. And for the neighborhood too. I mean, the loss of this rental housing within the neighborhood is unfortunate. So I'll move that we approve the application with the conditions, with the two conditions put forward by community planning in relation to the tenant assistance plan and the transportation condition and the urban forestry conditions 1 and 3.
Thank you kindly. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Clay, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. You have your approval for this project, Mr. Swadron. Unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 29. Item number 29 is 287 Davenport Road. Purpose of the application is to alter the development standards for a 13-story mixed-use building as approved under site-specific zoning bylaw 314-2023 by increasing the total non-residential gross floor area on the lot. A site plan control application, file number 21-248-545, SDE 11SA, is currently under review. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 7 photographs of trees on the subject property, cover letter from the agent, arborist report, site-specific zoning bylaw number, email correspondence from transportation engineering, and a staff report from community planning. And we should have Mr. Bronskill
Yeah, through the chair. The agent is online and there are no registered speakers.
Thank
Good
you.
evening, Mr. Chair. David Bronskill here, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, Toronto, Ontario, on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Bronskill. Good afternoon, or almost good evening, I think. Yes, good evening. Let me just see, we might just need a short presentation just to help us understand what is being asked for, and then we can move on. You only have one variance in front of us, and that's switch, increasing the non-residential GFA.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. I can deal with it very quickly, and frankly, I'm mostly here as the agent on this because I was involved in the original OLT hearing that's led to the site-specific bylaw 314/2023. That provision in the bylaw has a maximum permission for non-residential gross floor area, 300 square meters. That largely relates to what you would see typically in a building like this, which would be at-grade non-residential GFA. As part of the process, and maybe if I can quickly show you, if staff, just as if they could go to D plans, and it's plans A 106.1 and 106.2, just as they get there in the bottom right-hand corner. It's the second floor plans. This is really, I'm just going to say to the committee about optionality for the client. One thing that they are looking at is the ability to have some second floor office. And so you can see there on the north side or top of the building, you can see some residential units in the second floor podium space that would face onto Davenport. If you can just remember those that are in the lightest color there of purple. And then if staff could go down one page, you'll see an orange color that picks up the space that might be used for office. And in particular, my client's actually interested in potentially having this as office space for them. That second floor space would actually not be permitted by the bylaw, given that there's at-grade commercial space already because of the maximum non-residential GFA that's in the bylaw. So the variance only seeks to increase the permission for the non-residential GFA from 300 to 735. It would permit that orange area. We would finalize the actual design through site plan with city staff. But as noted in the positive planning memo in front of you, there are actually no changes to the overall built form. It's just this potential second floor use change. And so there's no change to the overall GFA permissions, just the non-residential, and it would be a new maximum, not an actual requirement.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if any of our colleagues have any questions for you, any concerns. Mr. Lombardi's got a question for you.
Very quickly, just thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question as to what precipitated the change in the plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and happy to have my first question from Mr. Lombardi. Welcome, sir. It really was the client's, I'm going to say, own ambition, where it's an interesting market for office, as you well know, in the city. They have a business. They are very interested in potentially having this as office space. And so the optionality here to be able to either have the res or have the office in this space as the building plans are finalized is something that's very attractive to them. It's not a common thing, through Mr. Chair, to Mr. Lombardi, as you would, I think, know right now, but it's something they're very interested in doing, and it wasn't something that was initially in the proposal that went to the Ontario Land Tribunal.
Thank you. And there's one last question, and I apologize for being rather pedantic, but on page 2 of your letter, you talk about the requested variance is plural. I'm assuming that's just a typo.
I am just looking at the letter.
It says, importantly, the requested variances. I think.
Oh, on page 2, sorry. I was on the wrong
variance,
page.
right?
There is only the one variance.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Since that's not in the application itself, we'll not call it an amendment.
No, and through you, Mr. Chair, it technically should be the requested variance results. So if I should amend the letter twice there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bronscale. We'll take it into committee and look for an outcome for you. Mr. Clay?
Sure, I'm happy to take this. This is very much a technical amendment to the existing approval. I actually think it's interesting. More commonly, what we've seen in these kinds of applications is the opposite, is where we're seeing land or parcels that are have either commercial or office GFA being converted to res. So it's actually kind of refreshing to see it potentially go back to commercial, particularly on this site. I will move approval of this application, no conditions.
Thank you very much.
I will second it.
Mr. Lombardi seconds. All those in favor? Mr. Bronscale, you have a unanimous vote. Thank you. And moving on to item number 30. Item number 30 is 49 Appleton Avenue. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition with a covered rear ground floor deck with stairs. Committee had before the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation, 9 photographs of trees on the subject property, an arborist report, and we also have a staff report from Urban Forestry. We have correspondence in support from an address on Appleton Avenue.
Through the chair, the agent is online and there are no speakers.
Thank you. Stephen Giordano, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, committee. Stephen Giordano here. My address is 602 Winona Drive.
Lovely.
I'm the agent for the applicant, or agent for the owner, sorry.
Thank you very much. We have before us 2 variances that you're requesting. Let me just see if my colleagues have any need for either presentation or any comments or questions that they might have for you.
Sure. No problem.
Thank you. I think both of these variances are minor in nature, and I do not see any downside to approval of these. Okay, so perhaps, unless you have any questions, we'll take it into committee, and I'll look forward to a motion.
Yeah, no questions. I could briefly just make a quick point. The deck is kind of an existing condition. The existing house is set back 1.22 meters, which is what we're requesting instead of the 1.5. And the building length is only because the rear of the property is the only place we can put an additional bedroom instead of going to a 3rd story. So this is the path of least resistance to obtain an extra bedroom for the owner's children. That's all.
Terrific. Thank you so very much for the clarification. Okay, we'll take it into committee now. Mr. Reed?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, there's just the 2 variances, and the first one is mostly technical. And the second one, there are a bunch of houses on this street that do have very similar lengths, and the fact that this is 2 stories and not more than that, I think makes it more palatable and in terms of impact, specifically around shading. So I think that these are minor variances, and I do think they meet the 4 tests, so I'll move approval subject to urban forestry condition 2.
Thank you very much. Second, thank you. Mr. Lombardi seconds. All those in favor? Thank you. You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 31. Item 31 is 513 Durie Street. Purpose of the application is to construct a new 2-story detached ancillary building containing 1 laneway suite on the first and second levels with cantilevered canopies on the south and west sides and a south side 2nd-story balcony in the rear yard abutting the laneway. Also, the existing 2-story detached dwelling on the lot will remain unaltered. There will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on the lot, 1 unit within the main dwelling and 1 unit in the laneway suite within the ancillary building. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, covering letter from the agents, arborist report, planning justification, letter from the agent, presentation materials from the agent, staff report from urban forestry, and a 16-signature petition in support from owner and occupants on Durie Street and Beresford Avenue.
Through you, Chair, the agent's online and there are no speakers.
Thank you. Mr. Dubowski, are you there?
Hello, good evening. Thank you to the chair and committee members. My name is Dubowski. I'm a planning consultant for the owners. My address is 7050 Western Road.
Sorry to stop you. For some reason, your voice keeps breaking up. I'm not sure if there's a communication issue. Like we hear you, but it's faltering, so we're missing some pieces of what you're saying. Do you want to try again?
Hello, good evening.
Wonderful. I think you're much better now. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Yes, so thank you to the chair and committee members. My name is Tom Dubowski. I'm the agent and planning consultant for the owners. My address is 750 Weston Road, Suite 230 in Woodbridge, Ontario.
Thank you very much. You don't have anybody in opposition. You do have 6 variances being requested. So let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you or require presentation.
Chair, I just wanted to ask about the north lot line setback. It's really quite small. Are you building a new building, or is this tearing down an existing garage or something?
So this ADU would be a laneway suite that's proposed within the rear yard. It essentially contains a very limited north lot line setback, the north side lot line setback, and there are no variances required from my understanding to facilitate that setback.
Are you able to follow?
I didn't catch that. I'm sorry.
Mr. Dubowski, I think the problem we're having is with the audio. So we're not quite, your voice is not quite clear. I wonder if you take that again, but slowly.
My apologies.
No, it's not your fault. It's technical and old ears on the side. Please go ahead.
The north side yard setback is quite limited, but it does not require, from our understanding, any variances to facilitate this laneway suite. The laneway suite would be a new addition on this lot.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I guess I was actually mistaken. I was thinking the south setback, pardon me. South yard setback, or south line setback.
Yes, certainly. So essentially, the bylaw requires a 1 meter side yard setback to the south. The 0.15 meter condition is caused only by the canopy projection, which is still relatively minor in nature. So the canopy would be above the first floor, providing weather protection, establishing comfortable microclimatic conditions. The main wall itself is set back between 1.11 to 2.77 meters, exceeding the setback requirement.
Did you follow Mr. Clay?
I guess so.
If I heard correctly, I think that was related to an overhang.
Yeah, no, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the, so I'm sorry, I'm confused here a little bit. The elevations, or sort of the site plan, it looks like the north side is right on the property line, but are they allowed to do that? There's no variance for the north side, right?
No.
And the south side setback is because of an overhang, a canopy roof.
Yes.
But there's no north side variance?
Doesn't look like it, no.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's based on a waiver form.
Sorry, sir, can you just, I mistakenly said north side, but now that I've looked at it, I actually want to explore that a little bit. You put a waiver in, so you don't need a variance for the north side setback? Because it looks like you're right up against the property line.
Mr. Dubowski, are you still there?
Sorry, I was unable to unmute myself. The zoning waiver was based on the zoning review, which was completed just before we submitted the minor variance application. Through speaking with staff and confirming as part of a first initial zoning review process and a revised zoning review process, it was confirmed that there is no requirement from our understanding for a side yard setback to the north. It's only to the south that's being triggered.
Okay.
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 Thank you. You know, we'll have to take what the zoning examiner and your waiver is, and if it's in error, then it'll catch up to you as part of the building permit process.
Right, thank you. Any other questions, thoughts? No? Okay. I think just for my part, I find the design quite interesting with the overhangs, but thoughtful for whoever's going to reside in that structure. Okay. Nothing else, so we'll take it into committee and look for a response. Mr. Lombardi, would you like to take this on?
I will take this on. In looking at the four tests, I believe that the variance is being requested in the application individually and cumulatively meets the four tests in terms of the official plan and specifically site and area specific policy 546, which applies the variances in the application satisfy the criteria, specifically A, B, C, and D, and meets the general intent purpose of the zoning bylaw. I believe it's desirable and minor in nature, so I will move approval of the application. I don't know if I don't see any conditions. Just forestry?
Two, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Lombardi, I wonder if I might just add a friendly amendment.
Sure.
That we tie to the proposed site plan because it shows the permeable sidewalks and pavers.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I concur.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second now?
Sure, I'd second that.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Oh, sorry, down here. All those in favor? Thank you. You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Okay, and next. Item number 32 is 356 Euclid Avenue. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2 1/2 story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition, including the basement level, a front second floor canopy, a south side window well with stairs, a rear ground floor deck with stairs, and a rear 3rd floor rooftop deck with privacy screen. The existing rear 1-story ancillary building garage will be maintained and unaltered. Committee had before it copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from Sean Galbraith, the agent. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, the agent is online, and for the interested speaker at address 354 Euclid Avenue, multiple attempts have been made by email and phone call, but was not able to connect.
Thank you very much. It's called a loss of interest. Mr. Galbraith, are you there?
Good evening, committee.
Good evening, Mr. Galbraith. Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Sean Galbraith, planner here on behalf of the application, 18 King Street East, Suite 1400. And
Thank
welcome
you.
to Mr. Lombardi.
There you go, Mr. Lombardi. Thank you very much. We have an application before us that have two variances, both of which look minor and well within reason for being approved. I certainly would support it. I can't see a downside to either of these. If we'll take it into committee and look for a motion.
Do you want to see if the applicant has something to add before we go into committee?
Sure. Mr. Galbraith, do you have anything else to add before we take it into committee?
No, I think you've done my presentation for me. I appreciate that.
No problem and no charge. Thank you. Okay.
I'm happy to take this one, Chair. It's
Thank
extremely
you.
reasonable. I mean, even with the extension, it's much smaller than its immediate neighbors. And the stairs are a technical variance because I can see no impact from that. And the GFA is the other one. This is an admirable proposal, and I move approval without condition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reid. We have a seconder. Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. All those in favor? Thank you. You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you. You too. Take care. Okay. Moving to item 33, the last item for the day. It's 36 South Drive. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2 1/2 story detached dwelling by constructing a 3-story rear addition with a new dormer on the 3rd level. There will be a rear ground level patio and a 3rd level balcony on the south side. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 8 photographs of the subject property, copy of email correspondence between the agent and Heritage, presentation materials from the agent, and we have correspondence in opposition from Corrigan Close, South Drive, and Corrigan Close. So there are 4 items in there. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair,
Okay.
the agent is here in person, and
Good
we
evening.
do have one opposition speaker that's online.
Thank you. So, Mr. McCrow?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Kevin McCrow, agent for the applicant, senior planner with W&D Associates. My address for the record, 47 Roselawn Avenue, postal code M4R1E5, Toronto.
Terrific. A brief presentation, because we do have somebody in opposition,
Yes.
please.
Yes, of course, and I see we are getting it on the screen. It's in our usual W&D orange. It's
Wonderful.
always, often hard to miss, but we do like to call it up, and I do thank staff in advance. We're going to ask to flip through some of the slides here. I'll get through it fairly quickly in the interest of time as well. So the application itself, thank you very much, is for a proposed rear yard, rear addition at 36 South Drive. It's a proposed 3-story rear addition. What you can see on the screen here is that the site is just south of Rosedale Junior Public School, and just south of it, and to the south of the site itself, I should say, to the south of the orange box, that's 2 to 6 Corrigan Close. Corrigan Close is a private residential enclave. I understand that there is someone registered to speak from, I believe it is Corrigan Close, and that enclave includes single attached houses, which are south of a long, narrow band of townhouses, and that's that band of 2, 4, and 6 Corrigan Close, which is just south of the orange box you see there. We can move on to the next slide, please. So the site itself, and it's in the correspondence with Heritage staff, it's a C-rated building in the South Rosedale Heritage Conservation District. We have pre-consulted with Heritage staff, pre-application consultation, along with ongoing email correspondence throughout the submission process. Heritage staff have no opposition to the application. If we can move on to the next slide, please. So this is the existing condition, and I do want to spend time on this slide and a few of the topics here because I understand from the letters received, the concerns from 2 to 6 Corrigan Close are related to privacy, overlook, building length, and height. This is the existing condition that's there today. The addition that my client has proposed for this project is to build up and above this existing one-story rear addition, which is already there today in black, setback 1.02 meters from their south side lot line. If we can move on to the next slide, please. This is just showing the existing rear condition again. The proposed addition would be no deeper than that rear brick wall that you see in those two black patio doors there. Move on to the next slide. Thank you. So here what we've done, we've just mapped out the variances. I can't see it is zoomed out, but what you can see in the difference that we're talking about, it's 48 centimeters to the south. And that's that difference between what we've done as an offset of the as of right, 1.5 meters from the south property line. And then we're showing in green, that's the silhouette or the outline of proposal. It's building up and above, generally within the footprint of what's already there today, with the exception of filling in and squaring off 2 nodes, and that's shown with the hatching. We can move on to the next slide, please. This is the proposed south elevation, again, up and above, beyond what's there today. That's that rear one-story wood frame black addition. We can move on to the next slide. Thank you. And again, because we understand the concerns are related to privacy, overlook, building length, along with the general visual impact of this, and as they say, a picture does say 1,000 words, we thought it'd be helpful to walk through this almost from left to right and look at what is the condition that will be experienced. So what we've done is we've superimposed or overlaid our proposed south elevation on top of 2 to 6 Corrigan Close's existing north elevation. That's shown in red. Our south elevation is shown in black. Starting at 1, a window to windowless condition is proposed. So that's exactly what that condition looks like today. There's no proposed alterations there, no new windows. Now in the middle, where we have 2 on the screen, there'll be a window to window facing condition. That's a condition which at that particular interface already exists today between these 2 properties. 2 to 6 Corrigan Close today, their north setback to the shared lot line ranges from 1.44 to 1.01 meters. So again, where windows are proposed and where they're not exactly offset from other windows, that's at an interface where that condition already exists today. And then 3, moving on to the rear, this is the bulk, more of the rear addition, that's a window to windowless condition. So we're actually proposing to remove a window, which is shown in blue, just below the number 3 there. So for the majority of the addition, I should say, it'll be a window to windowless condition again to mitigate some of the privacy concerns. And then moving on, what we've done is a bit of a visual flip through. We can do this fairly quickly in the interest of time, showing the existing, the as of right 1.5 meter side yard setback. This is a scaled 3D model we prepared, and we compare that then back to the proposed. And what we do on the next 3 slides is the same thing, existing as of right, so this is further back, and then proposed, and you can see it kind of creeped forward 48 centimeters there. I think maybe I'll just conclude. I have 25 seconds left to say that in our opinion, the application meets the 4 tests for minor variance. It is minor in nature, and in particular, the City of Toronto's official plan tells us to respect and reinforce the existing physical character of neighborhoods. I submit to the committee that by building up and above beyond an existing footprint for an addition that's already there today, we are doing exactly that. We are respecting and reinforcing a condition which is already present on the property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent timing. And thank you for the 3D renditions. I think they help visualize. Okay, we do have 1 or 2 folks in opposition. Okay.
Scott Cook, you have been unmuted.
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. Is this Scott Cook?
It is.
Hi,
Scott Cook at 1 Corrigan Close.
Terrific. Thank you. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation, sir.
Could I ask first if the committee would indulge me? I understand that the owner of 4 Corrigan Close who has objected and wanted to speak, he's been on since 3 o'clock. He now has children he's taking to some function. He's unable to speak. Can I assume his time slot, speak on his behalf briefly, and then assume my own?
I don't believe so. I think every household just has 5 minutes. I appreciate that the other individual wasn't able to be there, but I have a feeling we are not able to extend the time. Would that be correct, Secretary Treasurer?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have a letter from number 4, so their comments have already been reviewed by the members.
Okay, am I the only opposition who's speaking, or are the others just
Only
submitted
person
letters?
speaking, I believe.
Okay, all right. Well, I will speak on behalf of myself and One Corrigan Close. We are a 5-home complex on Corrigan Close enclosed. 2, 4, 6 are directly adjacent to the applicant property. I, myself, and another owner own these significant dwellings, separate dwellings, detached. The only thing separating us from the adjacent properties is a mutually shared driveway. So my point is that every impact that affects 2, 4, and 6 will directly, without question, impact me. And my concern for 2, 4, and 6 is with the proposed application, particularly number 4, who has just literally taken possession of this home on October 7th. Every window in his home on all the stories that he's purchased will be blocked out by this new addition. So the idea of privacy, view, light, air, etc., is grossly impacted on his property. My position is that the impact that has on his property will impact myself, particularly in terms of value. Now, I understand that value is not one of the criteria the committee looks at, but however, the good of the community is something you look at. And if this application goes forward, which enhances the value of this house that's applying, if it has a negative impact on 2, 4, 6, and the other 2 homes in Corrigan Close, I would suggest that that does not do towards the good of the neighborhood. This is one of the oldest, most historical neighborhoods in Toronto. This home and this application creates a home that is completely out of context with every other home in this neighborhood. It devalues the others, not only the adjacent homes, but many of the homes that are in close proximity to it will, without question, be affected by this home in terms of decrease of value. Again, I understand that's not the situation, one of the criteria you look at, but I would assume and hope that you would look at it in terms of the impact it will have on the neighborhood. This is, although it may fall under the minor variances, this is a gross increase of property size, and scape and height, and it will impact us negatively whether we choose to or not. So even though the proposal may go through, I would hope and assume that perhaps the only option the committee might look at is at least reducing the impact, lowering the 3-story application to a lesser height to allow particularly the adjacent properties to get some privacy, some light, and some view that's being restricted by this application. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. We'll get the agent will be able to respond to your concerns. Thank you. Do we have anybody else to speak, or that was it? That's it. Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. McCrory.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, could we please get our presentation back on the screen? I might use some of the visuals just in response to the deputant there. Okay, so maybe to start, the first point, or one of the overarching points, and I believe it was in some of the letters as well, as I'm sure the committee is well aware, impact on property values. Whether property values go up or down in the neighborhood, go up and down for my client's site, neighboring sites. That's fundamentally not a consideration. It's not one of the tests that we look at under the Planning Act when we evaluate the merits of minor variance proposal. So I do believe that the committee will give that its appropriate weight, but the Planning Act is crystal clear that there are 4 very concrete or almost black and white tests that we look at. I won't recite all 4. Moving on now to impact, because impact is related to one, if not perhaps more, or all of the tests. To do that, could we go to slide 8? That's one where we had the overlap of the 2 elevations. That'd be appreciated. Thank you very much to the staff for running this. Sorry, it'd be slide 9. Thank you. Or 8, yes, this is great. So just speaking to impact here, I do understand that there is some concern that the impacts, and I did hear it in the presentation as well, and I believe it was in the letter submitted by One Corrigan as well, and I'll read it out to you. Any effect that is brought to bear on any home in this enclave will have the same effect on all other homes. That's interesting, because when I read the letter from 6 Corrigan, it tells me, however, the impact on us, and again, this is 6 Corrigan speaking, the neighbors directly abutting the proposed addition. However, the impact on us is less than it is for our neighbors. So even amongst the neighbors themselves in this Corrigan Close enclave, there is a bit of almost a misunderstanding of who's going to be impacted more or less. And we have the neighbor at 6 Corrigan, and the unit at 6 Corrigan is actually Just below and off to the right of what is shown on the screen, 6 Gorgon is the end. I believe it's the deepest end townhouse, so it's the furthest townhouse to the right on the screen. It's the end at the rear. So there's actually no building length variance, no building depth variance, no height variance proposed. And this is 6 Corrigan, arguably the more impacted neighbor than 1 Corrigan, saying that this will in fact be less than other neighbors. I should also point out that I'm still not really sure what the impact specifically is on 1 Corrigan Close. They haven't submitted any empirical or visual evidence to suggest that there is any impact. As you can clearly see on the screen, my client's proposed addition is no taller than the existing roof line or ridge line or peak of the roof at the 2 to 6 Corrigan Close townhouse block, which shields or insulates, if you will, the 2 other houses at the Corrigan Close property, which are located south of that 2 to 6 Corrigan band of townhouses. I think lastly, I should say that the proposal is not out of context with other rear yard additions in Rosedale, in South Rosedale in particular, and is not an anomaly or is not the first man on the moon in that sense. We prepared a map, and it was included in our presentation at a 0.733. We rounded it up 0.74 FSI. The proposal is well within the range after pulling a research request of the last 10 to 15 years of other approved decisions. The proposed FSI is well within the range of what's already being permitted or built within South Rosedale through similar rear addition applications. Those are my responses to the deputant's concerns. Again, we do think that we've worked with this existing condition to the extent we can. Building up and above an existing foundation is a less intrusive form of construction to be experienced by 2-6 Corrigan over that interim period. And again, we've given some careful consideration, as you can see, to eliminating some windows and to only introducing a window-to-window condition to where it already exists today at that interface. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if any of my colleagues have any questions for you at this point. Any thoughts? None? Doesn't look like we have any questions for you. So we'll take it into committee and look for. My own observation of the variances that are being requested is the one that we've had concerns about is on the south side. I mean, yes, on the south side, so it's variance number 3. But I note that on the south side, the side yard setback is fairly minimal. If required is 1.5, and what you're asking is 1.02, if I read it correctly. That's on the south side of it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Okay.
The variance we're seeking is 1.02 identified in our notice. And I apologize, I understand that we're in committee. I wasn't sure if I had the chance to jump in.
I just wanted to make sure that I've read it correctly and understood it correctly. So while I empathize with the people in opposition that there will be a new structure that they'll be looking at from some of their windows, not all of their windows, that there is the setback is not that great in terms of what is being asked for. So I do believe that this is a supportable application. Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. This is a very deep lot, extremely deep, and I guess my first observation would be it would be not unreasonable to expect that any owner of this property would want to expand into the rear, just by virtue of the quite extensive length of it. But before us, we don't have a height variance, we don't have a length variance, we don't have a depth variance. When you think about what is before us, it is really, frankly, relatively minor, a small FSI increase, a fairly modest side yard setback variance, and really nothing else. And I think the applicant did a pretty good job of presenting ways in which, notwithstanding there will be some impact, and but reoriented the windows in a way that manages a little bit of the privacy issues, I think is a positive mitigative measure. And I fully understand and appreciate the concerns of the people in Corrigan Court, but their rear view is frankly over someone else's backyard, and not sure that there's an entitlement to having that view sustained and continued over time, and I think that the applicant's done at least an attempt to try and stay within the envelope of what the bylaw allows and introduce a couple of mitigative measures to soften the blow, I guess. So I personally think it's a supportable application.
Would you like to turn that into a
I can
motion,
turn
sir?
that into a motion unless my colleagues have anything else to add. But I will, oh, sorry, Peter.
The only thing I agree with both of your comments. I just wanted to commend the agent on the materials. I think showing as of right versus proposed is often a very wise thing. And in this case, it was very helpful to your case.
Yeah, the renderings were great. Yeah, appreciate that.
Thank you.
I don't think there are any conditions here.
None.
So I will move approval of this application.
Do we have a second, Mr. Reed? Thank you. Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. You have your unanimous vote for approval.
Thank you very
sir.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we conclude today's hearings at 6:45 p.m.
Thank you, everyone.